Hey, good morning, everybody, and welcome back to the Margaret McLean Show, where we're covering the Lindsay Clancy trial. And wow, it's moving pretty fast as far as I can see, and it looks like we're going to have another full day today. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Amber. And I'm going to emphasize how much I really enjoy this chat. And this is a very serious trial that we're covering, very emotional, but we have an amazing audience here on the show because we're really digging deep into culpability. And we're so divided because we're still in the prosecution's case in chief. The prosecution has meticulously given us witnesses that show that, appears to be deliberate premeditation and a deliberate act. So, witnesses say that Lindsay Clancy appeared rational and sounded rational prior to committing these horrible, horrific acts. Yet, on the other hand, through cross-examination and during his opening statement, veteran defense attorney Kevin Reddington is providing evidence that this woman was very unwell, suffering from postpartum depression, which led to psychosis. Therefore, at the time of the acts themselves, the time that these three horrible M's were committed, she did not know what she was doing, and she was untethered from reality. Good morning, Judy. It's nice to have you back. We had a lot of people yesterday, record numbers in the show, so people are certainly following this trial. Good morning, Lori. If I seem a little slow, I feel like I am this morning, and sometimes I'm not. Good morning, Denise. Good morning, everybody, and I'm so glad that you guys are joining me today on the show. It's awesome. By the way, you guys are going to laugh. I remember I told you guys I was going to be on the NBC show last night between 7 and 7:30 in the Boston area. So, I'm coming remote because I'm still in New York City. I only have a few days left, and then I can go into their studio. But so I'm remote, and I prepared like I do because I figured, okay, what are they going to ask me? They don't tell you. So I, prepared. I thought of great answers legally for the prosecution side, what they've been doing, what are the strengths of their case, and then the strengths of the Kevin Reddington's cross-examination. So here I was ready to go. They had me in the second block. So somebody else was answering those questions. And I'm thinking, okay, good morning, Dawn. Good morning from Texas. Wow, you're up early in Texas. So you're not going to believe what my question was that I had to ask. I want you guys to guess. It's something that we've been talking about for a while, but it's kind of silly. So you have to guess what they asked me. Oh my gosh, you're following the case from Ireland. It is very heartbreaking. And what we're also getting from this chat, which I think is really cool, we're a very open-minded show. So we listen to different people's opinions, as long as the opinion isn't, I don't know, against the rules, if you know what I mean, like terribly racist or something like that. But yeah, it is heartbreaking. And what we did learn yesterday from a viewer in South Africa, and I hope she comes back on. Her name is Safa, if I'm pronouncing it right. They do not have a jury system in South Africa. All of their criminal trials are tried by judges because back, I forget when, but at a certain point in their history, the jury composition was too racist and biased. So therefore, they abolished the jury system, which I think is so interesting. So yeah, let me know where you guys are from. I think that's really cool. And for example, in Ireland, how would they handle a case like that? Do they have not guilty by reason of insanity? I know in England, they have the infanticide law where it's a special consideration is given to women in their first year of postpartum because they have recognized a postpartum, an issue with postpartum. And remember, postpartum psychosis evidence of it goes all the way back to like 400 BC with Hippocrates, making note of a woman suffering from a break from reality after she gave birth. So it's been documented for a long time. But in this case, I think we have a lot of gray areas because, as I mentioned, the witnesses from CVS, or the one witness from CVS, had a phone call with Lindsay, and she was asking specifically, do you have a certain medication there? And she was able to answer the questions rationally. And then she called in a takeout order from the 3V restaurant. And again, in Kingston, and again, she was able to answer the questions, sounded rational. Did she want protein on her meal? Then she also had called Patrick, or Patrick called her, and it sounded like she was in the middle of something. So the issue was, what was she in the middle of? Was she in the middle of committing these acts? And she admits to the acts, and they were horrible acts with, hi, Safa from South Africa. I knew you were here. I really, really, I loved your perspective on how you guys handle trials like this. So I think it's really interesting, and I think we have such an active chat. So the gray, back to the gray areas of this case. I think we've really grappled with, how could somebody seem rational? She seemed to be improving, according to her last therapist. Patrick said she had one of her best days ever, the day of the tragedies, the M's, right? The triple M. She was out building a snowman with her kids. She was out as she took one of the kids to the doctors. So it's like just mind-boggling how somebody who was struggling, and many of us have shared in the chat our own personal struggles with mental illness, and it's hard to wrap our heads around how somebody could go in and out of psychosis. I did have an expert on yesterday, Dr. Kumi, and I thought she was very interesting. If you have a chance, she was on at the 1:00 hour. I should make that into its own video. I'll work on that this weekend. But she really shared with us. She works with mothers postpartum. And one thing she did say, which was interesting, was so much focus is on mothers after they give birth to the first child, but not as much to the second and third. And I had 3 children. I had 2 girls and a boy. I was lucky in that I did not suffer from postpartum. Was I tired? It's been a while now. Did I snap at my husband? I mean, probably was a little, not so nice, but I was lucky and I did not suffer. But according to Kevin Reddington, what was it? 2 in 1,000, was it 1 in 1,000 or 2 in 1,000 women suffer from severe postpartum mental illness. So yeah, Judy, I agree. I can't wait for the experts to come because, again, I think we're all interested in this because, I can't help but thinking I would hate to have this postpartum psychosis happen to one of my own kids, right? Like, luckily, my daughter, who just gave birth to twins, and I have to help her out. That's why I'm here in New York, and it's hard, and she does get very tired. And so, who does she snap at? Mom. But that's understandable. It's totally understandable. But yesterday it was also very emotional. Lindsay Clancy. So the medical examiner came on, and she testified about the autopsies for not the baby, but Cora and Dawson, and they obviously showed photographs in court that we weren't allowed to see at the media. But she was visibly shaking, pretty much wailing in court, and the court had to be interrupted several times. I actually think that if jurors believe that she did suffer from a psychotic break, let's say they hear experts, which I know Kevin Reddington is going to put on Dr. Resnick and some other experts, they'll remember that, and they'll probably think, if in fact she was a loving mother, by all accounts, she was a loving mother, cared for her children very much. And if in fact she did suffer some sort of psychotic break and heard voices, can you imagine the living hell that you knew you did this? It's crazy. But there's so many people think she did, and think she should go to prison as a result. Oh, we've been doing a poll as well. I'm going to put some chats up. Um, I so Prosecutor from Ireland, right? You're from Ireland. I would like experts to explain if a person in the middle of a psychotic episode can be so rational to understand to call a person back. I believe a person can look rational, but to call back is something interesting. Yes, and Dr. Kumi yesterday indicated that some people in severe psychosis, it can be sound very rational and have normal speech patterns. So that's where I'm getting a little gray area for me, is the speech patterns, because as I've mentioned, I have a great family friend who suffers from severe bipolar 1 disorder, and she goes into psychosis and has heard voices, but you can tell when it's coming, and she's in psychosis for a long time. She needs heavy medication, antipsychotics, to get her out of psychosis. You're from Connecticut. Okay. I'm yes, awesome. I love Connecticut. That's great. Oh, thanks, Amber. Yeah, or we do a new poll too. Yeah, I think the polls are kind of cool. It's we see where we're standing in the chat. Everybody votes. So Amber is awesome. By the way, if you guys, a shout out to Amber. She's changed my thumbnails, because it's hard to, every day you've got to put up a stream and come up with something creative for a new thumbnail. So I was doing it, but my thumbnails weren't great, and then Amber went in and made it look really professional, so she created the thumbnails. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. So hello everybody. I'm saying hello everybody. Polls are always great. Yeah, I think it's interesting to see where we all stand. So far, I do have to say that Pat Brown diagnosed so I don't know if psychopath is the right word, but what I would say is somebody who is in severe psychosis. So there was no, so that's another point that you raise, because there was no evidence of psychosis prior to the events that happened. So far we've heard testimony from nurse practitioners, therapists, psychiatrists. They all treated Lindsay. She knew she was suffering. She had insomnia. She felt untethered from, well, I shouldn't say untethered. Let's see. I'm going to go through. Kevin Reddington was great in that he really lists it every time during cross-examination. He scores points because he always shifts the narrative by highlighting the strengths of his case and extracting those favorable parts for his. So he highlights the favorable facts, right? And he paints Lindsay as a picture of a woman in severe postpartum mental health crisis. So we know she was in some sort of mental health crisis. I mean, that's documented. It's, from the depression, from feeling numb, from, let's see, what else? She had intrusive thoughts. She didn't want to be here anymore. But the only person that she expressed that she felt she could, worried that she would harm her children, was Patrick. But she had a number of other symptoms, and it's, yeah. So yes, here's some of the symptoms are, she felt passive S ideation. So she felt like she was going to die, or she didn't want to be here anymore. But passive means she hadn't come up with a plan. She felt she had apprehension. Oh, she was crying as she described her symptoms to the last therapist, Dukes. She was worried about an addiction to Ativan. 3 months after the baby was born, she claimed she had unimaginable anxiety and talked about her anxiety all the time with her family. She Googled, the different medications and the side effects. She lost 10 pounds in 1 month due to her anxiety. So this was a person who was suffering from the anxiety, depression, but there was no evidence that she actually was in psychosis. There's no evidence that she was hearing voices at that point either. But she certainly was a woman in crisis. So it's the jury may take all of that into consideration and think, well, she's in crisis. She's leading up to her first psychotic break. It'll be very interesting to see what the experts have to say. And ultimately, usually the prosecution ends on a bang. So it'll be interesting to see how they end their case. It's going quickly. I think we've gone through quite a number of witnesses, from witnesses that her friends, her work colleagues, witnesses that saw Lindsay that particular day, many of the medical people who treated her. So I'm curious as to who we have left. I think there will be more law enforcement that will come on to talk about the case. So Lori, she also said she was having panic attacks, experiencing severe anxiety, and felt numb. Absolutely. Yep. And the prosecution is also trying to show. So yesterday with forgot his name, but the bald trooper, it seems like they all look the same. But I think this guy keeps coming back, but they almost all, like Michael Proctor looked very similar. So anyway, back to this case. I don't want to get into Karen Reed, but they through a search warrant, they gathered all the pill bottles, and remember, the trooper, or the state police expert, counted the pills in the bottles, and she didn't take all the medication. So some people in the chat are saying that, are blaming her. You didn't follow through. You should have gone to a partial hospitalization program. You should have stayed in McLean longer. You should have followed through with some of the medications more. So I don't know if she was Googling too many side effects, or some of her symptoms she thought was a result of the medications. Patrick Clancy thought that the symptoms were a result of all the different medications she was on. He denied that she had an underlying bipolar diagnosis. By the way, so I got to go back to, guess what NBC asked me? What was their legal question that they asked me? You guys, we've talked about it. I want to see if anybody can guess what they actually. Amber, can you guess what they would have asked me? It's something we've been talking about quite a bit, but it's like, really? You're going to ask me that? So you'll have to guess. Let's see. Pink Door. I wondered last night if she had been more vocal during the pregnancy, if it could have helped. Yeah, well, it's interesting because yesterday Dr. Kumi said that they should follow people through their pregnancies and then have someone post-pregnancy. Amber. So Amber's trying to guess. They asked who your family friend is. Oh, no. No, they didn't ask who my family friend who suffers from bipolar 1. No, they didn't ask that. Nope. It's something, they asked me something about the prosecution. Okay, that's a hint. They asked me specifically a question, what I thought about one of the prosecutors. Can you guess what it was? I can't believe they asked me that. I was like kind of thrown off. I remember I had a psychiatrist during pregnancy. This is Pink Door. And then they followed me immediately postpartum. So you were lucky. Social worker was in the room the day after I delivered. I was a high risk for postpartum. Okay. I think they should try to determine who's a high risk for postpartum. Maybe thing is, this was Lindsay Clancy's third child. So they probably didn't consider her a high risk. Yes, Pink Door, you guessed it. um, they asked me on NBC last night. Like I said, I was prepared to answer all sorts of serious legal questions about this case because I am a legal analyst that they have on. And they asked me about the bow. They were like, everybody's talking about the bow. And I'm like, yeah, we were all talking about the bows. So one of the prosecutors wears a big bow in her hair. And the bow is, I think, symbolic of Cora because Cora liked to wear bows. But, we've all been like annoyed by it. And I told them that. I said, hey, my chat, we talk about it and we find it distracting and annoying. And I said, I find it distracting and annoying too. And so then they asked me as a prosecutor, would I have done something symbolic like that? And I said no, because I want the jury to focus on the facts and focus on, my opening statements and the theory of my case, where I'm going with the case, the evidence, not on some stupid bow that I'm wearing in my hair. I mean, just think about it. Let's say I have a really important witness on and it's the first witness of the morning, and I'm wearing this big white bow. I don't want the jury to miss some of the questions I might be asking my witness because they're looking at my big white bow. And that's what they do. I mean, after a while, if we're thinking about it, they're thinking about it. And they're probably distracted by it as well. Annoying. Um, yeah, I was annoyed they asked that. Yep. So some of my friends watching the show said, oh my God, I can't believe they asked you about the bow. I know. I was all ready to talk about something intelligent. And I hadn't been prepared to answer a question about the bow at all. So I'm like, oh no. But oh well, it is what it is. It's kind of funny. At least I could talk about it this morning. It's like a little story. So, oh, is her hair thinning? See, if she hadn't worn the big bow, you wouldn't have thought, you may not have noticed that her hair was thinning. Or if your hair is thinning, okay, here we're talking about style, but get a haircut that will help with that. I don't know. It sounds awful that I'm saying that, but back to I'm going to Pink Door. I was high risk because some of the OCD symptoms during pregnancy, no prior history of meds. Yeah, many important women are super honest.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Maybe
May I proceed?
maybe it's important
Your
that
Honor,
women
before
are
the court
honest.
today, we have a matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay
I think
Clancy.
you have a good point.
She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
All right. Well, good morning, everyone. Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Clancy. All right. Before we bring the jury in, could I talk to counsel over here just for a few minutes?
So it is 9:24. You're gonna laugh. I've got a. This is almost TMI, but I was wearing my headphones yesterday, or they're actually 2 days ago, to listen to the trial. And I don't know if they scratched my ear or something, but I have this like infection. So I've got to run to Minute Clinic. So, because I was up last night with ear pain. It sounds crazy, but I did something to my ear with my headphones. Maybe I cut myself or something. I don't know, but I've got to run out because I have an appointment at 9:40. But I'll be listening with the good ear, because this ear, God knows what I did to it. So, but I will be right back. And yeah, Michelle. Hi, Michelle. Good morning. So no psychosis. Not one person has testified to that. You're right. That's what I mentioned before. Michelle, I know you're local. You're in Massachusetts. Did you happen to see them asking me about the white bow last night? I'm like, oh my goodness. So anyway, let me I know, Judy. I can't believe it, but I can't be late for this appointment. That's why I made it at 9:40. I figured it court would start at 9 and then I could open the stream up and run to it's only, of course it's in New York City, so I have to figure out where it is. But yeah, God, I know. See, this live streaming is dangerous, right? Um, oh, so Pink Door. Oh yeah, yeah. So if you watch Canton, no, it's a Commonwealth Confidential. You'll see me answering questions about the bow. It's online now, so it's NBC 10's can't Commonwealth Confidential show. All right. Yeah, I know, Michelle. I was thinking about my daughter when she was 5 years old as well, and of course, I'm thinking about the newborn twins. It's hard. It's a very very hard case to watch. So I'm going to put the courts. They'll be right out. I'm going to make myself small for now, and yeah, Amber, I completely agree with you. It's unthinkable, and it was awful. It was just horrendous to hear we didn't even see the photographs, so I can't even imagine. But all right, Amber, I'm going to leave the stream up to you. And I've got to go to Minute Clinic. Unbelievable. But yeah, if you guys, Amber, thank you so much for doing what you do behind the scenes. I appreciate it. And I'll be
Court, all rise. Jurors in.
Hey, 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 all persons having anything to do before the Honorable William Sullivan, Justice of the Superior Court, now sitting in Plymouth, within and for the Commonwealth. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have the continuation of the jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
All right. Well, thank you, Madam Clerk. Well, good morning. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to ask you those questions, and then we'll talk about our schedule for today. But first off, good morning. Nice to see everyone. Thank you for your patience with us and all the work that you've done so far. So the first question, has any member of the jury read, seen, or heard or overheard anything from any source that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror in this case? Last question, is there any other serious matter or concern bearing on your service as a juror in this case that anybody needs to bring to my attention at this time? Again, thank you for following those instructions. And in regards to our schedule today, it's going to be, I think it's a little bit different. All right. And a lot of it is because of the progress of the case and kind of where we're going. I anticipate we're going to hear a number of witnesses today, and we may break early. All right. And then because of some of these issues, we're not going to be sitting tomorrow. All right. So you don't have to come in. You can come in if you want, but we're not going to be sitting on this case. So my suggestion would be not to come in and to take that and kind of, and just relax as best you can. And then we'll come in on Monday at 9 o'clock and then expect kind of most of those days then going forward will be mostly kind of the schedule we had the last maybe 3 or 4 days. All right. So I just kind of wanted to give you that as information as early as I can so that we confirm that today. So probably an earlier date today, and we're not sitting tomorrow. Okay. And so with that, we're going to return to the Commonwealth's presentation of evidence. And Commonwealth, will you call your next witness, please?
Thank you. Commonwealth calls Kyle Paveo.
Your Honor, while we're waiting, I apologize. Can we just...
Sure, yeah.
Quick? morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Can you start right here? Raise your right hand for the clerk, please.
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury will not change in the Commonwealth of the defendant nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you, sir. You may have a seat.
Watch your step, please.
All right, good morning, sir.
Good morning, Your Honor.
All right. That's right, please.
Thank you. Good morning. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Kyle Paveo, Kyle, last name Pavao,
And where do you work?
Massachusetts State Police.
How long have you worked there?
8 years with 18 total law enforcement experience.
So you worked in law enforcement prior to the state police?
Correct.
In what department?
Town of Mattapoisett.
And are you in a specific role or unit at this time?
I was.
What do you do now?
Now I'm a sergeant in field, assigned to the Bourne Barracks.
And previously, where were you assigned?
I was a trooper in the cybercrime unit.
How long were you in the cybercrime unit?
Roughly 3.5 years or so.
And what is the cybercrime unit?
It's the state's primary child exploitation unit. Assigned to that, or included in that, is also a forensic branch, which deals with multiple other crimes other than child exploitation.
Would it be accurate to state that you are able to examine digital forensics like computers and phones that are related to other cases?
Yes, correct.
Do you have to have specialized training to be in that unit?
Yes.
What type of specialized training did you have?
So I am a certified forensic computer examiner. I'm a certified forensic Mac examiner. I'm a Celebrate certified mobile examiner, and I'm a Magnet certified digital video examiner.
What is Celebrate?
Celebrate is it's a company that has proprietary software that parses through data. Most people know it for cell phones. There is a branch that does computers, but it's mostly known for cell phones, extracting data and also parsing that data out.
What about Magnet?
Magnet's the same thing. So Magnet is also another proprietary company. They have software, imaging software. They mainly focus on computers. They can do some cell phone stuff, but they primarily focus on computers.
To be certified in Celebrate and Magnet, did you have to take classes and pass exams?
Yeah, so my forensic computer classes certification is probably like a 6-month-long process. It's 2 weeks of schooling down in Florida. Is then a one-on-one peer review for 4 months of practicals of different file systems and computers. Once you get through that, it then is a practical exam. And then once you pass the practical, it turns into a written exam.
Did you have an opportunity to examine the extraction of a Surface Pro that was seized from 47 Summer Street in Duxbury on or about September 16th, 2025?
I did.
And to be clear, the Surface Pro was seized from 47 Duxbury Street in 2023. It was in 2025 that you examined the extraction, correct?
That is correct. I was provided those files.
And what is an extraction?
So these are actually, it's a computer image. Extractions usually typically referred to as cell phones. So this is a computer image. So this was an actual EO1 file, which is an in-case forensic file. So what it does is it copies out the bit-for-bit data on the particular drive that you targeted at. And then the in-case file sort of compresses the forensic image. It also adds some metadata to it. You can type in like case files. It keeps some integrity to it.
So is it basically you take a computer or a cell phone and you make an exact copy of the data that's on that cell phone or computer?
Yes. Computers, yes. Cell phones, no.
But you were working on a computer or Surface Pro?
Correct.
And so the extraction for the Surface Pro would be a copy of the data that was on the Surface Pro.
Yes, so the image in this case is a bit-for-bit copy of that drive.
And when you do the extraction or when you view the extraction, are you changing any of the data?
No, that's why we use these types of images so we don't touch the actual data on that computer.
Did your initial review of the extraction show a visit to a website entitled Suicide Methods on August 23rd, 2022?
It did.
Were you recently asked to look at that visit to that site to get a better understanding of how that website was accessed?
That is correct.
And how did you approach that?
I set a parameter. I went to that artifact that I had previously tagged when I did the initial analysis.
Let me just stop you there.
Sorry.
What's an artifact and what is a tagging?
So an artifact is every single piece of data on that computer is an artifact. So a computer could have 500,000 artifacts, let's say. That's a low end, but as an example. So tagging would be something you would flag that one particular evidence, that one particular artifact as evidence.
So in this case, the artifact was the visit to the website. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then the tagging was just so that you could find it when you went back into the extraction looking for it?
Yes, correct.
And so if you could continue telling us about how you approached that.
So I set a parameter of 12 hours before the visit and then 12 hours after the visit and looked at the correlating other digital artifacts related to that.
And can you tell us what's a Chrome history database?
So that's a database essentially, this is a very slimmed down version of what this is. So if you think of an Excel sheet and each Excel page is a section of the database. So the database would be the whole thing. And there's a scheme or like a roadmap, let's say, of how these pages interlink with each other. That would be an entire database. Everything pretty much has databases. It's just easy for file expansion and disk saving space and things of that nature.
And what about Chrome Web History Table?
So a table would essentially be the Excel sheet that I explained before. It's a portion of the entire database. That particular one captures, without being a database engineer for Google, who created it, but that table tracks URLs, web page titles, dates and times.
So is it basically a table that you get from the extraction that shows which websites that computer has visited?
Correct. Each table has its own functions on different data it tracks, and then eventually it puts it all together.
And what about a Chrome Web Visits table?
So the visits table tracks things of were the web pages synced to the device, were they local to the device, are they typed, was it generated, was it gone there through a hyperlink?
So basically, is it a table telling how each website was accessed, whether someone typed in a search for it or clicked a link?
Correct.
And you mentioned a couple different ways: typed, linked, generated. So typed would just be someone typing in the search bar something to search?
Yeah, so typed could be a few different things. So typed would be somebody typed in an exact phrase or word. It also could flag the typed version, a typed flag if you copied and pasted something into the URL address bar.
So if you're looking at a recipe for, say, cookies, and you copied cookies and pasted it into the search bar, would that be considered a typed event?
Yes, correct.
Or if you just typed cookies, that would be a typed event.
Or cookies, or if you typed in, say you put CO for cookies, and then Chrome tried to auto-populate what they think you want to type, that would also create a typed event as well.
And then you mentioned linked. What is a linked access?
Link would be that you clicked on a hyperlink, which brought you to a different page.
And what is a hyperlink?
That would be it's a word phrasing, and then behind the word phrasing, there is a website coded behind that.
Is that like when you go on a website and there are certain words that are underlined that you can click on and it will take you to another page?
Yes, correct.
Okay. What about generated?
Generated is something that Google would suggest, Chrome would suggest.
Now, what is the Wayback Machine?
The Wayback Machine is a website that is it's I don't say monitored. It's created and maintained by the Internet Archive as a company. It's a 501(c) nonprofit. And what that does is it goes out on the internet. It takes snapshots of the internet, web pages all over the entire internet, and then archives that. So you can go back in later. It started like in the mid 90s or so, but you can go back to pick a date, pick a year, and you can see what that website looked like at that time, or approximately. It doesn't copy minute for minute, day for day, but you'll get something around the time that you were looking for of what a particular page looked like at that date and time you want to see.
So with regard to this case and looking into how that site, Suicide Methods, was accessed, what did you learn? Or what did you see?
When I went back?
Yeah, so go ahead. So
I saw, the first thing I saw was a Facebook visit at 9:40 that morning.
9:40 a.m. on August 23rd, 2022?
Correct.
And what was the Facebook?
The link was lynn.say. I believe it was 968.
So Lindsay with a dot in between the D and the S, 969?
969, correct.
And after the visit to the Lindsay.969 Facebook page, what happened next?
There was a search in Spotify music for the singer Tom Hall.
What time was that at?
It was shortly after.
Is your memory exhausted?
Yes.
Do you have your report with you? With permission? Yeah.
That was at 9:42.
So approximately 2 minutes after the Facebook account was accessed?
Correct.
And that website, was that a Wikipedia page?
No, that was Spotify.
Oh, I'm sorry,
music.
Spotify music. And then what did you see next?
There was a song off of that search in Spotify.
Was that That's How I Got to Memphis song?
Yes.
And was that at 9:44 and 18 seconds a.m.?
Yes.
Then what happened next?
There was a Google search for Tom Hall.
And was that at 9:44 and 30 seconds a.m.?
Yes.
And what did you learn from that Google search?
Off of that Google search, there was the Wikipedia page for Tom Hall was visited.
And were you able to use the Wayback website to see what that Tom Hall page on Wikipedia looked like around the time of August 23rd, 2022?
I did.
Is this a copy of that Wikipedia page from the Wayback Machine?
Yes.
You can have this marked as the next exhibit.
No objection.
All right.
I have no objection to any of the documents.
This is Tom T. Hall.
Tom Hall, yes.
All right, that may be. Thank you.
Could you see what happened next once the Wikipedia page for Tom Hall was visited?
So I saw there was an anchor on the URL to the death section.
What does that mean, an anchor to the death section?
So an anchor would be put at the end of a URL, so a web address. So what an anchor does, it's a $ followed by a section of that page. So if you think of it as, say you go on your banking website and it lists like a table of contents and it has login, mortgages, rates. If you click on, let's say, rates, it's going to jump all the way down to that page, just to that section. So it's a table of contents that's going to direct you directly to a certain section of the web page.
And so on the Wikipedia, someone clicked on death and it brought them down to that portion.
Correct.
And in the death section, could you tell what happened once the person was in that area of the webpage?
Yes.
What happened there?
So in the description that the Wikipedia page described of Tom Hall's death, there was some wording regarding a shooting related to his ultimate suicide. Go ahead.
Showing you what's been marked as 232. This portion here under death where it's self-inflicted gunshot wound to the head is underlined. Is that the portion you're referring to?
Yes, correct.
And that portion there with the underlining, is that what you were describing earlier as a hyperlink that you can click and it takes you somewhere else?
Yeah, so inside that phrasing, there's actually a URL behind that with an anchor as well.
Now, something like that type of hyperlink, can you hover over that with the arrow that the mouse directs, hover over that and automatically be taken to that site? Or do you actually have to click on that link?
No, you would have to click on that phrase with the link behind it.
And so, based on your examination of the Surface Pro in that area, was the hyperlink clicked on?
Yes.
And where did the hyperlink bring the person?
We now got to the original artifact I had located, which was the Wikipedia suicide method, but it directed it directly to the shooting section of that page.
Could you tell how long the person spent on that page, the suicide methods page, or how long it was accessed?
No.
Could you tell what time it was accessed?
Yes.
What time was that?
I don't recall the specific time.
Want to look at your report?
At 9:45 a.m.
So 9:45 a.m. The suicide methods page was accessed. Is that correct? And did you use the Wayback Machine to see what it would look like on August 23rd, 2023?
I did.
Is this a copy of what you produced?
Yes.
We can have this marked as the next exhibit.
That may be admitted. Thank you.
And what could you see happening when from that page?
I observed after that another Wikipedia page that went to the Grafton Bridge.
And was that from a hyperlink within the suicide methods page?
Yes.
Showing you page 8 of exhibit 233. So within this jumping section is where there was the hyperlink to that bridge.
Correct.
Here?
Yes.
Grafton Bridge. So again, the person had to click on that hyperlink to access Grafton Bridge?
Yes, that would be correct.
Now, you said that the suicide methods page was accessed at 9:45 a.m. What time was the Grafton Bridge web page accessed?
That was shortly after that.
Do you want to look at your report?
At 9:48.
9:48?
Correct.
And so approximately 3 minutes after first accessing the suicide methods page, the hyperlink for the Grafton Bridge is clicked.
Correct.
Was there any other activity besides going to the suicide methods page and then the Grafton Bridge page? Any other activity that you saw within those 3 minutes?
I do not know.
And so did you do the Wayback Machine again for the Grafton Bridge site?
I did.
This is a fair and accurate copy of that page.
Yes.
We can have this marked as exhibit 234, please.
That may be admitted.
Exhibit 234.
You're not able to tell who's actually at the computer doing all of this, correct?
No.
You can only see what data there is and what's been accessed, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Reddington.
That's it? That's your testimony? That's why you're here today, to talk about a search that was involving Tom Hall, or Tim Hall?
Sustained, if you could.
So I apologize. Your testimony today is based on that search on August 23rd, right?
Correct.
Of 22, right? And you were working as a state police officer back then, right?
Yes, sir.
And were you attached to the Plymouth County DA's office, or were you working somewhere else?
I was assigned to the cybercrime unit.
And the cybercrime unit works with the DA's office in Plymouth?
The cybercrime unit's its own independent statewide unit.
So in the sense that you're independent, it's still the district attorney and his assistant DAs that would reach out to the cybercrime unit and ask for help, right?
Or it could be the troopers assigned to the state police detective unit.
Joshua McElligott. He was the lead investigator on this case, right?
I assume so.
Okay. So you were tasked to analyze the computer, the Surface Pro computer, right?
Yes, correct.
And by all accounts, that was owned by Pat Clancy. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And it was located in his office, right?
I don't know where it was located.
Okay. It's fair to say that when you analyzed the computer back in September, October of 2025, it was an investigatory role that you were using to locate potential evidence, right?
Correct.
And what is it you were looking for?
I was provided a search warrant with search terms, and that's as far as I knew of the case.
And what were the search terms?
I don't recall specifically, but they were spelled out in the search warrant.
So when you have search terms, you take a person's computer, and then what do? You access it through a device?
So I was provided the images. I never saw the physical computer.
So when you got the images, you were able to load them up onto your computer, I imagine?
Yes, we'll use a tool to help parse through that data. Correct.
And then as a result of that, you were able to plug in words that you could search for, right?
Yes.
For example, like suicide?
Suicide would be one.
Drugs?
I mean, I don't think that pertained in this case, but you could search.
Did.
That I don't recall the specific terms in the search warrant.
Okay. So after you did your search for whatever it is that you were looking for, suicide and you're unable to tell us what else you look for, but in any event, you came across this entry on August 23rd, and you indicated that the time frame that you're dealing with on that computer, the Surface Pro computer, was 9:40 in the morning. Is that right?
Can you rephrase that?
Yeah. You can look at your report too. I mean, if you have documents in front of you, do you have?
I do.
All right, so you can take a look at it. You have a document that's captioned matching results. Is that right?
I do not have that in front of me, but yes.
And would that be the search that you conducted?
Is that the magnet tool report?
I don't know what it is, and I apologize. I get search and I come out of the scene, so it's just, what is that?
This is the main page of the forensic tool.
Okay. And looking at the main page of the forensic tool, does it indicate the date is August 23rd?
That's the date box. This also doesn't. Which talking about this highlight here?
Yeah, but what does that indicate?
That's an inbox. That's not that.
All right, so what time?
Cooper, could you keep your voice up or make sure you speak to that microphone?
So that highlight is a bail inbox.
Okay. And that would be the HTTPS. And then underneath that, it makes reference to at some point that you were able to see that Lindsay or Lynn's Facebook account was accessed. And it wasn't even the account, it was actually the homepage, right?
Correct. It navigated to the Facebook person's account.
Okay. So that would tell us that that particular Facebook account was accessed, and then that conducted the search you just testified to. That's the next thing.
This does not have. This here does not have. Facebook, does it?
All right. How about this next one? Does that have the Facebook visit?
This one does. Yes, correct.
Okay.
Both of us.
Yeah, both of us. Blind.
Yes, that'd be right here.
All right. Thank you. Now, just before I leave, above that, does that also indicate like these two top lines?
That would be that was a CNBC web visit, which was typed in, and then there's access to a Google Gmail account.
And
inbox.
Google Gmail account was that?
That I don't know.
Because those two lines and references to the Google account were not in your report, right? You started off with the Facebook search, if you will.
Yes.
So you started off with Lindsay Facebook that was signed into the homepage on Patrick Clancy's Surface Pro computer, right?
So my tool report has all of the artifacts tagged as evidence.
Okay. So when you tag the actual data from the Surface Pro and the HP laptop as well, right?
Yes, correct.
And your October report back in was it 25 or was it 22?
25.
So, but nothing changes on the computers. I mean, whatever your searches are and your records don't change over the years, right?
No, as long as it's preserved in that state, and the images of that computer will remain the same.
Okay, so and it's fair to say that with this investigation, obviously happening back in 2022, that the computers were hermetically sealed and stuck somewhere with an evidence locker to make sure that they're preserved, right?
Yes, that would be best practice. Okay. That would be correct.
So then in October of 25, the district attorney's office asked you to conduct a search of the computer, apparently. Is that right?
The trooper in the Plymouth State Police Detective Unit reached out.
And that would be McElligan, right?
No, it was not.
Okay. Do you know who it was?
Trooper Justin Paul.
Justin Paul.
Correct.
Okay. And as a result of that, you then prepared your report. And one of the things that you did is you noted that on August 23rd of 2022, at 9:40 and 08 seconds, that there was an access to the Lindsay Facebook account, right?
Oh, there was a visit to that page, correct.
Right. And then that page continued on to look for Tom Hall and Walking to Memphis or whatever in the songs, right?
Yes.
On Spotify?
Yeah, the song. Yes, after that was a Spotify.
And then the time frame of that would be that you went to a hyperlink that took them to methods of suicide. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, were there any searches on that computer for example, ways to kill?
No, there was not.
To your knowledge, and I understand that you might be stuck with what you investigated, but are you aware that there were any searches from Lindsay Clancy or Patrick Clancy on ways to kill? You ever heard that?
In my initial report back in October, that contains all of the evidence artifacts that I had tagged as evidence and provided. I did not come across that, no.
Right. So basically what you are leaving with the jury would be that on that date of August 23rd at approximately 9:40 in the morning, and then carrying forward with jumping from Tom Hall to the Wikipedia account to the underlined name, suicide, jumping to that page, that all occurred between 9:40 and say 10 o'clock in the morning, right?
Correct.
Did you know, sir, that on August 23rd, prior to your report indicating the Facebook account, that Mr. Clancy signed in, and it was Mr. Clancy's email that accessed the Facebook account for Lindsay Clancy?
I did not.
And that was not included in your report, was it?
No, it was not.
And you know that the Clancys had 3 children, right?
I did not.
Well, you know that you were working on a case where Lindsay Clancy was the mother, and she was married to Patrick Clancy, right?
Correct.
And did you know, sir, that on August 23rd of 2022, that 2-year-old child was brought by Lindsay to South Shore Health for Dawson's ear recheck, that he had problems with congestion, but no complaints of ear pain, no fever? And that was on August 23rd, 2022, that he was examined at 10:15 in the morning.
I'm not privy to those facts.
So you don't know that Patrick Clancy's email signed into Lindsay Clancy's Facebook account. You're not aware of that, right?
It's whatever the default profile was signed into the Chrome browser.
And then that accessed the Facebook account, which looked up Tom Hall, the singer, right?
Yes, correct.
That then led to the Wikipedia talking about suicide.
That
right?
is correct.
Led to the Spotify talking about somewhere in Memphis, whatever the song was, right?
Yes.
And this was all occurring from 9:40 in the morning until, like I said, 10 o'clock thereabouts, right?
Correct.
You tagged actual data from the Surface Pro as well as the HP laptop, right?
I did.
And your October report contained searches from the Surface Pro, right?
Yes.
And you recall, for example, just a representative sample that, and this would be on the Surface Pro computer. Now we're jumping ahead to December 5, not August of 22, December of 22. One of the inquiries of the Google searches was what to do when a psychiatrist overprescribed, right?
Yes.
Searches for medications, right?
Yes.
Including Lamictal, right?
Correct.
Can bipolar disorder be temporary, right?
Yes.
Can benzos reveal bipolar disorder, right?
Yes.
How long are detox programs, right?
Yes.
What is DBT? I'm just saying that's a search. I don't know.
Oh, yeah. I had to look that one up too.
Okay. Lamictal versus it says Zolafy, but I would suggest it would be Zoloft. That was a search, right?
Yes, correct.
What is mania? It was a search, right?
Yes.
Ketamine for benzo withdrawal. January 18th of 2023 was a search, right?
Yes.
Ketamine therapy on January 18th of 2023, correct?
Yes.
Now, maybe not personally, but Steve Verino, who's also a gentleman who does what you do with computers and laptops and stuff, right?
Yes.
Now, you've worked on cases, and Steve, you recognize him right here, right?
Yes.
You know that Steve was working with me and Lindsay on accessing information from cell phones and computers, and he actually, through me, reached out about a month ago to the DA's office and raised some questions, correct?
I'm not privy to that.
Oh, well, the DA reached out to you about a month ago and asked you to revisit your investigation, and as a result of that, you created another report, didn't you?
I did.
And that would just be on July 26th of 26, right?
Yes.
And that was after the DA reached out to you, but didn't tell you it was because we had questions that Mr. Verino asked me to find out about, right?
Yes, I was not privy to that.
So as a result of dealing with the DA in July 26th of 26, you then prepared your report, and the purpose of that report was to find out more details, if you could, pertaining to the, quote, methods of suicide page, right?
Correct.
And in your July 26 report, you then went into detail about your findings, correct?
Yes.
And we would agree that that particular webpage was not a search for methods of suicide. It was actually the Tom Hall and the music, right?
That is correct.
And then the URL shows access to Lindsay's Facebook profile, correct? You accessed and found out that Lindsay's Facebook profile
was a web visit.
Right.
Yes, correct.
But you don't know that it was Lindsay that was actually using that computer to search for Tom Hall, right?
I don't know who was sitting behind that.
You don't know that Patrick Clancy plays the guitar, do you?
I do not.
You don't know that Patrick Clancy is a music aficionado, right?
I do not.
You don't know that Patrick Clancy enjoyed Tom Hall music, do you?
I do not know that.
And you certainly don't want to leave it with this jury that Lindsay was looking up ways to commit suicide in August of 22, do you?
All I'm presenting is the facts that were presented in front of me.
And a couple more questions, sir. When a user logs into their own Facebook account, it doesn't populate or bring you directly to the actual profile page. It brings you to the home page, right? That shows your followers and things like that.
I think so. I don't have Facebook or social media, so
right.
maybe, I don't know.
That's all I have for this gentleman, Your Honor.
All right. Come up.
I would ask if I could, Judge, the two documents that I was questioning him from, could I introduce those into evidence? I think he agreed that that was part of the search.
Can we just approach?
Sure, yeah. Be admitted.
And, Your Honor, I would offer, if I could, the medical records from the pediatrics associates that.
They're already in evidence.
Well, I'd like to have it focused on that. You don't mind if we put that.
Well, we mark that for identification. We can address whether or not. I want to double check. I haven't gone through all the records either. Oh, I understand. We'll mark that for identification.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
It's 235 exhibit for identification.
Sir, just for clarification, before when I was doing direct, if at any point I said August 23rd, 2023, what you did when you did the Wayback Machine was searches for around the time period of August 22nd, 2022, correct?
Correct.
And anything that you looked at that day regarding the search for suicide methods or any of the other places that were visited were August 23rd, 2022, correct?
Correct, 2022.
And the visit to the Grafton Bridge Wikipedia page was at 9:48 a.m., correct? Not 10 a.m.?
That visit was at 9:48, correct?
Okay. And defense counsel asked you about the defendant being at the doctor's at 10:15 a.m. Are you aware that it only takes 4 minutes to drive from her home at 47 Summer Street in Duxbury to the Kingston location of the pediatrics?
I was not, and I also wasn't aware that they went to the doctor's.
And you can't tell us who was behind the computer at different times, correct?
No.
You can't tell us whether people used the computer, then got up and let someone else use it, and then went back to using it, correct?
No, you cannot.
You can only show us the data that you observed that day, correct?
That is it. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So what has been marked for P for identification, which would constitute the health information records from the South Shore Health, pertinent to the child. You're aware, sir, that the records, or you're aware, sir, you're not aware that the child was brought to the doctors not at 10:15, but was brought to the doctors around 10 o'clock in the morning. You aware of that?
I'm not aware of any of that.
And did you know how old the child was?
Sir, my testimony is related to the...
So you don't?
computer.
The answer is no?
I do not. No.
Okay. So is it fair to say, sir, that, I mean, from your life experience, that when someone has to bring a child, a young baby, to a doctor, you got to get him dressed, you got to feed him, you got to get in the car, you got to drive, and that's the 4-minute ride as well, right?
I'm not privy to any of that information.
Thank you.
All right. Anything further?
No.
All right, thank you, sir. You may sit down. Thank you.
Commonwealth calls Timothy Chiappini.
Stop right there.
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury is an outcome between the Commonwealth and the plaintiff? Thank you, sir. You may have a seat.
Please.
All right. Good morning, sir. Attorney Sprague, please.
Thank you. Good morning. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
My name is Timothy Chiappini. Last name is spelled C-H-I-A, P as in Peter, P as in Peter, I-N-I.
Where do you work?
I work for the Commonwealth of Massachusetts for the Department of State Police.
How long have you worked for the state police?
I graduated the academy in March of 2012.
What is your current assignment?
I am currently the unit commander for the Critical Incident Technical Investigations team.
How long have you been doing that?
Since approximately April of this year.
What was your assignment in January of 2023?
I was assigned to the State Police Detective Unit for the Plymouth County District Attorney's Office.
Do you have specialized training in cell phone forensics?
I do.
And could you describe that, please?
I was initially certified as a Celebrite physical operator and a Celebrite certified operator, Celebrite certified physical analyst in March of 2017.
And are you also trained in gray key and magnet?
I have been trained in gray key examination since August of 2021, and I've been familiar with the forensic program known as Axiom in that course, but I'm not certified in Axiom.
And regarding Celebrite, can you describe that software for us?
Celebrite is a forensic access and acquisition tool for cell phone or mobile device forensic extractions. It also has an analysis component as well.
And were you asked to do a forensic analysis on a cell phone belonging to Lindsay Clancy in 2023? Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am. Celebrite is an access and acquisition tool for mobile device forensics and cell phone extractions. It also has an analysis component for extractions.
And were you asked to do a forensic analysis on a cell phone belonging to Lindsay Clancy in 2023?
I was.
Did you do that?
I did.
And how did you do that?
I performed an advanced logical extraction on the iPhone device belonging to Lindsay Clancy.
Can you tell us what that means in just lay terms that we could all understand?
An advanced logical extraction of an iPhone is essentially an iTunes backup. It is the information or data from the phone that you, as a user, can see, including images, calls, text messages, browser artifacts, basically everything that the person would see that uses an iPhone.
And is it just making a copy of everything that you could see on that phone?
That's correct.
And what is the analysis portion of, you mentioned you do Celebrate extraction and Celebrate analysis. What's the analysis portion?
In January of 2023, the analysis software would be Celebrate Physical Analyzer. And with that, you can also export a report to be utilized in Celebrate Reader.
So basically, are you just taking someone's phone, making a copy of the data that's on it, and then looking through the data?
That's correct.
Is it an exact copy?
Yes. When the phone is forensically extracted by the Celebrate software, a hash value is created. A hash value is a unique digital fingerprint of the extraction. It's an alphanumeric string of characters. And every time the extraction is opened in the Celebrate software, that hash value is verified. If the data in the extraction is changed by just 1 bit, the hash value would be changed and the extraction will no longer be valid.
So basically, you look at those numbers, the number chain, to make sure they're the same, and then you know it's an exact copy?
That's correct.
And did you do that in this case?
I did.
And was it an exact copy?
It was.
And are you able on the extraction to change any of the data while you're analyzing it?
No. That would invalidate the hash. I can use filters in the analysis to look at particular data that I want, but I can never change the contents of the extraction.
And so when you say use different filters, can you put things in categories to organize it so that, for example, can you put all the photos together and all the text messages together?
The Celebrate Physical Analyzer tool automatically parses the data into various categories, and it processes media, various forms of media, images, videos. It processes different direct communication, whether it be through a web application such as Instagram or the native messaging application on the device known as iMessage. So it parses the information automatically, and you're allowed to look at different categories.
So does it create a report with all the data?
I can create a report from the extraction, and it has all the data contained in the report, and I can filter it based on the parameters that I'm allowed to look at legally.
And when you do that extraction of a phone, do you get everything that's on the phone?
Depending on the type of extraction, I get all the data that's available to me by the forensic tool that I'm using at the time.
So do forensic tools improve over time to allow examiners to get more and more data from phones?
Yes.
So basically, what you were able to get from Ms. Clancy's phone was what the tool you were using at the time was capable of getting at that time.
I performed the most comprehensive extraction type that I was able to do at the time of the examination.
And then there were improvements to that system following what you did that may have allowed other examiners to get more information.
That's correct.
Were you asked to generate some reports about certain sections of the defendant's phone?
I was.
We could pull up the... Could look at the screen, please. Were you able to create a report regarding data on Ms. Clancy's phone from November of 2022 to December of 2022?
Yes.
Can you zoom in on that, please? And could you just explain for us the different columns we're seeing here?
The columns are automatically generated by the software when you create a supplemental report. This is a supplemental report created through the Celebrate Physical Analyzer software analysis tool. When you create the supplemental report, you can stipulate to certain parameters, certain content, certain timeframes based on your investigation. In this case, there are multiple columns at the top reflecting the different types of data, the timestamp for that data, a description and the source file for the data. This is a timeline report, and therefore it reflects those exact columns, and that is predetermined by the software.
So, for example, where it says type, what is that telling us?
That's where Celebrite has parsed the data and categorized it based on the forensic extraction.
So there, number one, where it says activity sensitive data, what is that?
That would be the data from the health database within the phone.
If there was something in the direction box, what is direction?
Direction could be related to a call incoming to the device or outgoing from the device.
So if one was a phone call, it would say to or from?
I believe the exact categorization would be incoming or outgoing.
Incoming or outgoing, okay. And then the attachment box?
Attachment box would be associated with a message, typically a MMS message or multimedia message. A text message that contains a photo would be listed as an attachment. It could also be associated with an email that has an attachment or some type of transaction on the phone that resulted in something being attributed as an attachment.
And then what about the location box?
If the data source has location information associated with it, then that box would have data filled out. This report is 768 pages, so there's a variety of sources of data within this report.
And what about timestamp? Where it says timestamp, the date and time, is that Eastern Standard Time?
It is. It's UTC -5 as the time of this search warrant, the time frame of this incident occurred in January of 2023. Therefore, the extraction reflects the exact time frame of the time zone of the device at the time of the extraction.
And where it says party, what would be in that column?
Again, this is a timeline report. Therefore, there's a variety of data sources contained within it. There is chats or messages that occur from the user of the device to other people, and those parties would be listed within the chat, otherwise known as a group message.
So if it was a text message, the direction would say incoming or outgoing, and the party would say who the text was to or from?
It would say who the participants are in the conversation.
So if it's one person you're texting, it would have that person's name, but if you're in a group text, it would have all of the names?
Correct.
And then what about the description box?
Description box is based on the database information. It has some information associated with the actual data that was parsed by Celebrite. It also provides the source file. The source file is the database that Celebrite parsed the data from. Everything that you see as far as activity-sensitive data or any other categorizations, that's done by the software. The software parses that data to make it more readable for the examiner, but everything is associated with an actual database within the device.
And so, for example, where it says source health, that's coming from the health section of the phone?
Specifically the health database, HealthDB.
And where it says source file, Lindsay's, how does that name populate there, the source file?
Indicating that it comes from Lindsay's iPhone. That is the name that the software detects from the name of the device when it conducts the extraction.
Where the box for party, if it's a phone call or a text message and it has a person's name in there, say I text you and your name is there, how does that populate? How does your name get into that box? Is it something that the phone gets from incoming information, or is it something that's in my phone?
The tool is only able to take the information that is present on the device at the time. In order for contact to be in a phone, it would have to be entered by the user.
So would it be whatever I name your phone number is what will show up in the party?
Correct.
So if I have, say, my mother's phone number in there and I say mom for her contact information, it will show up as mom?
The software will show up, will display the phone number and the contact name that was detected by the tool from the extraction.
So if I've put a contact in, mom, and the phone number will show up and mom.
Correct.
Can you search within this PDF?
Yes.
And do you do that by clicking on the search bar there at the top?
Yes, this is Microsoft Edge, and that is the proper method within this application.
And so if we were to search, for example, in the plane,
I'm not sure of the spelling.
there we go. Sometimes it takes a second to populate.
It does. It's a large document. It's, as I said, it's 768 pages. So depending on the machine that you're using to conduct your analysis, it could take some time for the document to load.
Okay, and do you use these arrows here up and down to go to each spot that word is located?
Correct. The application, Microsoft Edge, has detected 4 entries for the spelling that is in the search box, and you can navigate to each of those 4 entries by using those arrows.
So, for example, here at message 6951, it says it's an instant message. It's outgoing, meaning it's going out from Lindsay's phone.
That's correct.
It's on December 21st, 2022 at 2:57 p.m., correct?
Yes, Eastern Time.
And then it says from Lindsay owner to Allison, correct?
Yes.
So that indicates that it's a text message from Lindsay to someone named Allison, correct?
Yes, with the corresponding phone number.
And then here where it says more of a general depression mental health program like at McLean Hospital, is that the body of the text message that would have been sent from Lindsay's phone to Allison?
Correct.
And you can search through the PDF for whatever term you're looking for, whether it be Patrick or medications or anything that you're searching for. It will populate any text messages or searches about those keywords.
Yes.
If we could have the next one, please. Did you also do a report regarding things that were downloaded onto Ms. Clancy's phone?
Yes.
You can look here. Is this that report?
Yes, again, this is a supplemental report created within the physical analyzer analysis tool from Celebrate.
And what is this report showing us?
A singular item from the documents section of the project tree, or otherwise known as the analysis component of Celebrate Physical Analyzer, and it's one single document.
And do you just, this blue hyperlink here at the top, 2022, 10, 12, 15, 28, is that what you click on to access the document?
Yes, when you create a supplemental report within Physical Analyzer, it when it creates the PDF, if it has an attachment associated with it, that attachment will be in a separate folder within the report. That way, when you click on the actual hyperlink, you're brought to the physical document itself.
And for example, in this report, there was a request for medical leave form that was downloaded to the defendant's phone.
Yes.
If we could go to the next one, please. What are we seeing here in this report from December 26, 2022 to January 24th, 2023? Is this the same type of search for any information and data on the phone during that time period?
Again, a timeline report is a chronological report of a sequence of events on the device, and it has the same categories as the previous exhibit. And in here, the first item within the date parameters happens to be a calendar entry.
And so if we go here to page 846 of the document, can you explain for us here, these are Is this web history, website visits that are documented on the phone?
That's one of the categories listed as an artifact. The items shown here on the screen are all associated with web browsing.
And here where we see 10773 and 10774, and they both state, can you treat a sociopath? Those are two entries that have basically the same search term, correct?
Yes.
And that was on January 20th, 2023?
Yes.
And they both say 8:28:29 p.m. So is it possible to do two searches at the same time, like it is displayed there?
The Celebrate Physical Analyzer tool parses the information in ways that the information can be categorized in a multitude of ways. Simply because there is more than one entry does not mean that something was done more than once. It's simply just a category that Celebrate has identified. You could have an item that's in searched items because that's what the tool has identified as a searched item. Also within web history, as in the search item occurred within the web history. Does not necessarily mean that it was done more than once. It's the job of the examiner to be able to look at the timestamps and the associated databases to determine, is this more than one entry or the same action just categorized in multiple ways.
And when reviewing Ms. Clancy's phone, did you see numerous occasions where it looked like something was searched multiple times, but it all had the same exact timestamp?
That's correct.
And so what you just testified to make sure I'm understanding it, would be accurate to state that one search could be documented and located in many different areas of the phone?
It could be parsed in multiple ways by the analysis tool.
So basically categorized?
Correct.
So it's one search that's categorized as multiple different things?
That's possible.
And so here, where we have the search at the same exact time down to the second, that appears to be one search for can you treat a sociopath, not two, correct?
Yes.
We can go to the next one, please. Now, this area here, the separate report, is this the notes that were found on Ms. Clancy's phone?
That's correct.
And if we could zoom in on that, please. And it's basically detailed in journal form, correct?
Yes.
Starting October 24th, 2022, and moving down, correct?
The summary portion that you just pointed to is automatically generated by the application when it reads the first few lines of text. The more relevant date is in the column to the left.
So over here, where it says created, October 25th, 2022, that's when the note is first created?
That is the date that's detected by the analysis tool from the operating system of the device.
What does modified mean?
That's the date that was detected by the forensic tool and the last time that this note was modified according to the operating system.
Modified mean it was changed in some way?
Yes.
And so if I start a note in my phone on October 25th and I go in there every day and change it, and the last time I change it is November 3rd, will it show every modification or just the last modification?
The only date timestamp that will show is the last modification, unless the forensic tool is able to categorize each time the note was changed. I'm only able to detect the modified timestamp or last modified timestamp and just the entirety of the note.
And excuse me, you don't know how many times this note was modified, correct?
Based on this forensic tool and this artifact, no.
Can you tell what within the note was changed?
I cannot.
So everything could have been the same and maybe a date changed, or there could have just been a date and everything was changed on November 3rd. You just don't know.
There could just been a one character change on the last modified date. But with this forensic tool and this artifact.
What's the date?
November 3rd.
Thank you.
And if we could just scroll down to the October 25th entry. And I would just like you to read This portion of the note, I would read it. I'm sorry, but I'm having some difficulty.
I'm sad and depressed because I am not able to parent my third child like my first. I want to treat any one of my babies like my first, but I know that's not a feasible possibility. I'm sad that I stopped breastfeeding. I feel not as connected with Cal now. I think I sort of resent my other children because they prevent me from treating Cal like my first baby. And I know that's not fair to them. I know that. I was feeling so depressed last evening when Cora and Dawson came home from school. I know it runs off on them, so we had a pretty rough evening. I want to feel love and connection with all my kids. I'm also probably having a bit of an internal conflict because my whole life I wanted to have a lot of kids. I still don't want Cal to be our last, but I have a lot of figuring out to do before I have another. I'm on the fence about starting a new medication for anxiety/depression. I just want to feel happy. I want to be able to relax and take care of my kids. And then when they go to bed at night, I want to deeply relax and hang out with Pat and then fall into a deep sleep for 8 hours, get up, and pour hard into myself for an hour and a half. Cal was so very planned and desired. I want to be able to give him all the love he deserves. I guess that's what it's like to be the third child, though. He's not the first third child to ever exist. I think I know he'll be okay, but it's really hard for me. I hate that he has to put himself to sleep. I'm sad I'm not breastfeeding anymore, but I think deep down these were the right choices.
If you could continue.
As for the sleep training, I needed a baby that slept through the night because I simply do not have the opportunity in my life to catch up on sleep. I just don't. If there was a time for me to nap every day, then that may not have been the case, but there really isn't. When Cal naps, I have to take care of Cora and Dawson. That's just how it is. It feels cruel to me that we did not do that to Cal, but the reality is we did what we had to do. I guess I also feel slightly traumatized by the sleep training, but that feeling was only really present when I was severely sleep deprived and paranoid. I know what we did was the right thing and okay. As for the breastfeeding, it kind of goes hand in hand with the sleep training. Once he started sleeping most of the night, it was then a daily struggle to keep up my milk supply. I was having to take a ton of supplements and constantly think about eating and drinking enough to keep the supply up, and then I was having to think about pumping extra to keep it up, and that was really hard to do with Cora and Dawson around. When I tried to leave Cal to go out with Cora and Dawson, I was stressed about the pumping, and not to mention the fact that Cal was at home and not taking a bottle, so it was a battle of if I should pump or not. I know I did the right thing because I need to be able to leave Cal with someone and get fed. As much as I don't want to leave him, I need to be able to. I need to be able to be present with my other kids. I still really, really want a fourth child, but I need a really good therapist before then. I'm on the fence about starting a new med or not. I want to feel happy, but it would be nice to feel authentically happy and not fake. But I need to feel happier than I did last evening because then I was pretty depressed and not enjoying any of my children. It was really sad. I needed the breastfeeding off of my plate. I'm struggling so hard because I wanted to parent each of my kids like my first, and since I can't, that's depressing to me. This is definitely the root cause of all our problems. Now I feel like I'm not parenting any of my kids the way I want to, and that makes me sad too. But I'm going to try my best today. Things I love doing that help me love and appreciate and enjoy my kids are activities with them. I definitely started having some depression after Cora, but once I started getting up and out with her, I felt much better. I think signing Cal up for baby music class would be a great thing. Maybe Fridays can be my day with him. I've just fallen out of the habit of doing anything fun, anything for myself, anything with Pat, and I need to work on that. On a positive note, I had a great deep night of sleep. I'm terrified of something happening to my kids or doing something wrong to mess up their development. Our generation is inundated with information about every aspect of parenting and everything that go wrong if you don't get it right, and all the scary things happening in the world. It's insane. For the last 5 years, I've just filled my mind with all things parenting, and it's just unhealthy.
Thank you. And so everything that you just read would have been written and filled in by the user, correct?
Correct.
If we could go to the next one. This is another note, is that correct?
That's correct.
And this note, it says it was created December 22nd, 2022, but then it was modified on January 23rd, 2023, correct?
Yes.
And this note here, again, we don't know how many times it was modified. You just know the last date it was modified, correct?
That's correct.
And you don't know what was changed in the note. You just know that something was.
Correct.
Okay. If we could go to the next one. Now, in this report, we're seeing some photographs. Is that correct?
Yes.
And why did you flag these photographs?
The photographs had multiple modification dates relevant to the investigation.
How so?
The photographs have created, modified, and access date that are all the same. However, the metadata indicates a much earlier time.
What is metadata?
Metadata is data about data. An image is data. And with the Celebrite physical analyzer tool, you're able to see the data about, in this case, an image. Metadata would be the device used to capture the image. It would be potentially based on the user settings, location data associated with the image, where the image was when it was taken, where the device was when the image was taken. A lot of times it'll tell the size of the image or the type of image file that it is.
And so basically, when you look at the metadata of a photograph, you can tell what device was used to take it and the date that the photograph was taken on?
Correct.
And can you also tell if that photograph has been changed or modified in any way and when it was changed?
Using the forensic tool, I can make inferences based on certain modifications.
And how do you do that?
In this case, the image here is a .jpg. That's the file type of this image. Therefore, I know that the image that I'm seeing is created, modified, and accessed on this date. However, it has a capture time of November 2nd, 2022 at 11:27:15 a.m.
And is there something on here that says when it was modified?
Where the cursor is now, it indicates the modification date.
So above it is when it was created, below it's when it's modified? Or no, down here, capture time and the metadata is when it was initially created, correct?
Correct. And you look at the source file, you can see the source file indicates that the image was modified under the component where it says adjustments.
So just for the jurors looking at this report, here in the metadata, capture time is when the photo was taken. Above it, the 1/23/23, that's the date that the picture was changed in some way?
Yes.
And are you able to tell how the photograph was changed?
I can do analysis based on an image and see that an image from its native format was modified.
So basically, if I'm on my phone and looking at photos and I brighten something or I crop something, crop someone out of a photo, that would show it as being modified?
It would show it as being modified. In this instance, it created a new file, which is why it has the created and modified date being the same.
And so would it be accurate to state that on this type of phone, when you modify a photo, you can change that photo and leave it there changed, or you can create a new image with that changed photo?
Well, with an iOS device, Apple has the capability of taking what's known as a live photo. It's a proprietary name with Apple, but the exact file type is HEIC file. HEIC stands for High Efficiency Image Container. HEIC or a live photo is essentially that. It's a container or a burst of images that are taken over a very short period of time. It's a more effective way to store an image file within a device. It takes up less room. It also allows the user to have a multitude of pictures to choose from at a single point in time. If you modified if you modify an HEIC image to be a singular photo, you can save it to the file type known as a JPEG or JPG.
So a live photo is one of those photos that's taken, and you see a little movement before it settles into the photo when you look at it.
Yes, ma'am.
And is that an automatic setting on iPhones that it's set to live and you have to change it if you don't want that feature?
That's correct.
And so if you modify the photo and save that photo, that modified photo is not live.
Correct.
And is that what you saw here? There were a lot of photographs of the children that were accessed and modified in some way.
Yes.
And during what time frame were these photographs accessed and changed?
During the evening hours of January 23rd, 2023.
Okay, if we could go to the next, please. And what is this report displaying?
This is another timeline report with the first event starting January 24th, 2023 at 4 o'clock p.m.
And does it go on January 24th, 2023 from 4 p.m. to 8 p.m.?
That's correct. It encompasses everything that would be before that time frame. It appears the last entry is 7:02:01 p.m.
And this would contain all of the things that were done with the phone between 4 and 8 p.m. on January 24th, 2023. Is that correct?
Everything that was detected by the forensic tool based on the extraction type.
Okay. And if we could go to the time frame 4:30 to 4:35. Using the tool, we'll search Miralax. Looking here, starting at item 37 at 4:46 p.m., is there a search for Miralax for kids on the phone?
Yes.
And again, we're seeing the search for Miralax for kids, 4:46:55, 4:46:55, the same time over and over again. Is that another example of one search showing up in multiple categories?
Correct. As an examiner, I would be looking at the timestamp and also the category second box in from the left, indicating that the Celebrate software has parsed it in multiple locations.
If you could search 3D. In searching 3D in the document, we see here multiple sources. You could do a search with the number 3. So we see here at 4:43 p.m. on January 24th, a search for the 3V menu, correct?
Yes.
If we could scroll down a little. And again, those are all at the same time, so they indicate one search for the menu?
Yes, and the tools parsed it in multiple categories.
And we could go back. Was there also a search for an Apple Maps for 3V?
Yes.
And what time was that?
Sorry, there's a glare.
If we could go to 4:13 p.m. And here in Apple Maps, do we see 3V restaurant at 4:13 p.m.?
Yes.
And when you're using a map feature to look up a location, such as Apple Maps, what type of information do you learn when you plug in a location or an address into Apple Maps?
A route preview.
And does that route preview give you a length of time it would take to travel to that location?
Depending on what you indicate as your originating location, yes.
And so if you plug in 3V restaurant to Apple Maps and it maps out a route to get there, does it tell you from your location to 3V how long it would take to get there?
Based on traffic conditions, yes.
Because that changes constantly, correct?
Yes.
So if I open up my Apple Maps and I put in 3V right now from here, at this time, the time it takes to get there might be different than, say, at 6 o'clock tonight.
Yes.
And so if we can go to 4:47 p.m. And here at 4:47 p.m., again, we're seeing the search for kids Miralax, correct?
Yes.
Is there also a visit to a CVS website here at 4:47:04?
Yes, it's categorized in multiple categories within the tool, but it parsed an artifact at that time.
If you could scroll down a little, please, to the phone call, the next phone call, right here. This outgoing phone call at 4:48:21 to 781-585-6581. Did you learn that that was a phone call to the CVS at 189 Summer Street in Kingston?
Yes.
And so that would be an outgoing phone call from the defendant's phone to CVS.
Yes.
Can we go to 4:53 p.m., please? And then there's a message. It says message 80 outgoing from the defendant's phone at 4:53:09 from Lindsay to Patrick Clancy, correct?
Yes.
And it says, any chance you want to do takeout from 3B? I didn't cook anything. It's been a long day, correct?
That's the content of the message.
Is there a response in message 82 from Patrick to Lindsay?
Yes, there is.
And what is the answer?
Yeah.
And then is there a response from Lindsay to Patrick at message 84?
Yes.
And what is that?
Okie dokie.
And then message 86, again from Lindsay to Patrick. Does she send him another message?
She does.
And what does that say?
Check the menu when you can.
And then if you can scroll down to the next message. Is that message 90 from Patrick to Lindsay asking if Callan just got up?
It is.
And then message number 92, is that from Patrick to Lindsay saying also, what are you getting?
Yes.
And then 94 at 5:06 p.m. is that from Lindsay to Patrick, stating, but it was just a short nap in message 96.
Yes.
And then message 97 at 5:06 is 3D menu search.
Yes.
And that source says Safari. Is that a Safari web search for the 3D menu?
Safari is the default web browser on an iOS device, and iOS stands for iPhone operating system.
So that's a basic search on your iPhone for the 3D menu.
Utilizing the Safari web application, correct.
And then number 98 is that another search for Pedialyte.
Correct.
Excuse me. Now both the search for 3D menu and the search for Pedialyte are at 5:06:45. How does that happen? That there are two searches for two different things at the same time.
Can you repeat the question?
So you have in message 97, you have on January 24th, 2023 at 5:06:45, a search for 3D menu. Then the same date at the same time, a search for Pedialyte.
And what's the question?
How does it happen that you have two searches at the same time?
I would only be able to make an inference from here without having the forensic tool available to me.
And what would the inference be?
That there was more than one tab open.
Okay, so on your phone or a computer, when you're doing web searches, you can have multiple pages open, correct?
Yes.
And you can just click on whatever page you want to open, you can click on and that will open up.
Correct. You can select which tab you want within the Safari application.
So tabs, right? Okay. So how many tabs can you have open at any one time?
I'm not sure the number, but I've seen iOS devices capable of having more than 30 or 40 tabs open at a time.
So it wouldn't be uncommon or unusual to have at least two open to two different web searches.
No.
Okay. If we could scroll down a little, please. And then we have in 106 and 105, both messages. First 105, we have a web history at 5:06:47, the menu at 3D restaurant, again, the source Safari. And then we have cookies at 5:06:48, .3drestaurant.com. Can you tell us what the difference between those two are?
They're both from different databases. They're both associated with web browsing. Web history is from the history component of the Safari application. Cookies are installed through web browsing. Through legislation, when you visit a website for the first time, you'll typically be prompted, do you want to allow the website to download cookies onto your device? Cookies downloaded to your device serve a multitude of reasons. One might be that it allows the website or the company to be able to track your activity while on their website, which helps them for marketing and business purposes. Another component of cookies would be to enhance the web browsing experience for a website you go to on a regular basis. It would increase the load time. So it is an artifact that is indicative of web browsing.
And so message 108, again, we have at 5:06:49, we have a message from Patrick to Lindsay saying, oh, okay, is that correct?
Yes.
And then message 112, we have a message from Lindsay to Patrick where she says Mediterranean Power Bowl, correct?
Yes.
And that was at 5:07 p.m. We have a message 115 from Patrick to Lindsay at 5:08 p.m. Okay, I'll do scallop and pork belly risotto. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. And then if we could go to 5:10 p.m., the phone call right there. Oh, go back to me. And so we have two phone calls here, one at 5:09 p.m. and one at 5:10 p.m. The first to 508-747-4950, and the other to 508-927-4046. The first one is for 11 seconds, correct?
That's the duration, yes.
And that's noted here above source?
Yes.
And then the second is 47 seconds, is that correct?
Correct.
Did you look into these two phone calls?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you recall the 508-927-4046 being the number for the 3V restaurant?
Yes.
And if we could scroll down a little bit. Are there further searches at 5:13 p.m., starting at number 128 for Pedialyte?
That's correct.
And again, we're seeing that same thing with the same time, but multiple different categories that one search is located in, correct?
Correct. Single artifact, multiple categories that the tool parsed it as.
Can we go to 5:33 p.m., please? Oh, I'm sorry. Stop there. Thank you. 146, message 146, a message from Lindsay to Patrick at 5:15 p.m., which states Pedialyte liquid stool softener, correct?
Yes.
And then at 147, we have 5:33:51 p.m. Is that a phone call from Patrick's phone to Lindsay's phone?
Yes.
And that has zeros in it for duration. Does that indicate the call wasn't answered?
It would be an inference.
And then going down to 150, we have an outgoing call from the defendant's phone to Patrick Clancy for 14 seconds at 5:34 p.m., correct?
Yes.
That means the call lasted approximately 14 seconds.
Correct.
And then the last item there, item 152, that is an incoming call to the defendant's phone from Patrick Clancy, correct?
Yes.
And again, we have zeros here indicating that the call wasn't answered, correct?
It's an inference, yes.
If I could have these reports that I just went over submitted on this disc as the next exhibit.
That may be admitted.
Did you also, looking through the defendant's phone, access the information on the calendar portion of the phone?
I did.
And the calendar portion of the phone, does that have different types of data, both populated by the phone itself and Apple, and then items populated by the user?
Yes.
Could you give us an example of something that would be populated by Apple and not the user?
A national holiday such as Christmas Day would be populated by the operating system through the web, through the application of Calendar.
And then if I'm using my phone and I'm putting in appointments or parties or things I'm going to, that would be something that the user is putting into the calendar?
Correct.
And did you do a report of all the calendar activity for Lindsay Clancy's phone from August 4th, 2022 to January 31st, 2023?
I did.
I could have this marked as the next exhibit.
All right, that may be admitted. Ms. Sprague, is this a good time to take the morning break?
I just have one more exhibit to put in, and then I would be done.
That's fine.
Did you, I'm sorry.
All right, thank you.
Did you also do a report on all the text messages between the defendant's phone and an individual that had been labeled Mommy?
Yes.
And was that for the month of January 2023?
I did.
We move to have these admitted as the next exhibit.
All right, that may be admitted.
I have nothing further.
All right. So why don't we take the morning recess at this time? All right. So members of the jury are going to take a short recess, and then we'll return back to the case.
All right. Please.
I literally just got back from my doctor's appointment. So I got antibiotics, so I ought to be better. That was something else. But anyway, what everybody's thoughts? I still can't believe that first witness of the day. Let's see what they say.
Here's back to the quorum.
All right. We'll be in recess on this matter. Thank you.
All right. So I still can't believe that first witness of the day. I was listening to it the entire time I was waiting for my appointment. So for some reason, I got a severe ear infection, but luckily I got the appointment over with, got the antibiotics, so I should be okay. Anyway, it just blows my mind that they even bothered to put the cyber guy on at all from the state police, because the cross-examination was just so good on that. Like, I thought Reddington just took that witness and completely spun him around like a top, right? Like, first of all, showing that Lindsay might not have even conducted the search. I just think that putting a witness on like that, as a former prosecutor, which I am, I really feel like it's the jury's going to look at you and say, what the heck did you put him on for? It didn't help at all. I mean, first of all, the Google search was about a singer who, unalived himself. And she was allegedly, it looked like she was at a doctor's appointment at the time. So Patrick could have made the search. Anybody could have made the search. But what did it really accomplish? Crazy. So, Safa, comorbidity, combo of personality and mood disorders. Yeah. So we're learning a lot about the bipolar, and it's possible to have bipolar and a personality disorder, like being a psychopath. I don't like that word, psychopath. I mean, yes, I do when it comes to Koberger. But yeah, it's really interesting to delve into this case, because remember, I'm really good friends with somebody who worked with Lindsay Clancy, and they're all painted her as an amazing nurse and a great mother. So it's just hard to believe that this tragedy could happen like this. Judy, yeah. So I take it you guys are talking about menopause. Oh yeah, good old menopause. And again, women, it's you men have, I'm sure, a lot of health. Yeah, definitely have health issues. We all do as we get older, or even younger, right? But man, women with our bodies, it stinks. That's all I can say. And then to have an ear infection on top of it, ugh. So, but I'm glad to be back and be with the show here. So it sounds like the Commonwealth will be wrapping up. I can't believe we don't have court tomorrow. It will be nice for the jury to take a break, especially a Friday, which is good. I'll have to prepare some videos for over the weekend. So, and get some good guests on so we can continue the discussion. So I'll have to get that together. I'm just looking at some of the chats here. The morning went fast. Good. It went slow for me. What time is it? It's not the lunch break there, right? It's 11:21. Yeah, the morning did go fast. Interesting testimony. And again, I think this whole case is going pretty fast. And I think the reason it's going fast is because we're very interested in thanks, Judy. It is good to be back. My ear is, when you go to the doctors, they flush your ear out. So now it really kills, but 3 ibuprofens will help. So I'm waiting for that to kick in. Like, so I've never had an ear infection before, and maybe when I was a baby, but I feel like the second my daughter gave birth to her twins, I'm having like health issues, right? Like, because you're a grandma, you start getting the grandma issues. Oh my God. Margaret, what was the point of the witness? It seems he was just validating, Okay, remember how I was grading the prosecution yesterday? Like I gave them a B, I think. Honestly, I would give them for the first witness, I'd give them a D minus. Because part of Reddington's theory is that Lindsay was a woman in crisis. She was having thoughts of ideation of unaliving herself. That's part of the postpartum depression and the anxiety. So he's building. Reddington is building through cross-examination at this point is sort of like building a story, and it's connecting with his theme on opening statements that this was a woman in crisis, including thoughts of unaliving herself. But he also got cross-examination in the questions. Were there ever any searches? You were an investigator. Were there ever any searches of her looking to methods to kill or how to kill or things like that? And he said no. It just doesn't make sense to me. Thank you, Pink Door. I should feel better soon once the antibiotic kicks in. It was something, of course, it started 3 days ago. And what do? I ignore it. And I always say, oh, it'll get better. Oh, it'll get better. And then last night at 3 a.m., I woke up, it was throbbing. I said, okay. And I made an appointment at 3 a.m. But, it's just, remember, I'm not in my hometown. I'm in New York City. I'm not near my primary or anything like that. And I usually don't go to the doctors very often. I don't know, my primary once a year thing. But it stinks when you're away and then you have to go to the doctors. It's like, oh, but I should feel better. I am pro-state and I give today an F. I would say that's about right. An F. You know what? I might change my grade from a D minus to an F. I wonder what the district attorney, who's obviously Tim Cruz, who's obviously following this case, I imagine, right? He might be following it on my show for all we know, but I got to believe he'd say, what the heck? Why did you put this witness on? It was counterintuitive for sure. So back to bipolar. Yeah, like I said, my family friend, it does run in families, and it's, for her, it popped up when she was 18 years old. So, but the thing about running in families is the previous generations, I think, were quiet about it. And another thing that was really interesting, what I learned with Dr. Kumi yesterday, I just remembered that we learned this. She mentioned that somebody could have bipolar, and never have the symptomology, which I thought was really interesting. So can you imagine having bipolar and not knowing? Maybe you'd be a little bit moody here and there. I don't know. But for some people, it really comes out strong. And it hit my family friend very, very severely, to the point where she was hearing voices and all that. But again, like I said, she has been able to manage it now, but it took a number of years to be able to manage it. And she, I would hate to see, I don't know. I think I raised the question yesterday as well about, I can't imagine her having children. Like, I think Dr. Kumi said you'd really have to manage it with I guess, with medication and stuff like that. But scary thought. Scary, scary, scary. Let's see what else we have here. My mom got diagnosed with bipolar 2, and she learned to live with it and masked it. Yeah. It's not, thanks for sharing, but it's something that's not easy to live with. And of course, I can't imagine masking it either. How do you mask it? It's got to be difficult to mask a mental illness. But I thought the searches, okay, so that's another thing. The first witness, all those searches for that, those searches really helped the defense. It shows that Lindsay was in crisis. It shows that Lindsay felt she might have an underlying condition of bipolar. She was searching all about that. So that made that, to me, gosh, I would not have called that witness. That was very, very interesting. Let's see. Sometimes I can't get I wanted to put this one up. Sometimes it's hard to get. Oh, here we go. My ex, so this is Pink Door. My ex-husband family, I really don't think family history, but they say it was from the marijuana. Yep. But now for sure bipolar 1 with psychosis. So here's my thought on that. Again, going to my knowledge of it through my very close family friend, they don't know what originally triggered it. She was feeling depressed at 18, and they put her on an antidepressant. So they think that the antidepressant triggered her first bipolar 1 thing, attack or psychosis, psychotic episode, right? But then here's the problem. She gets put on antipsychotics, and it's the first time. So, the whole family was like, oh my God, it can't be. So she finally gets out of the hospital and then tried to go back to college. But I think at the second time she was triggered, I think it was marijuana for sure. And that sent her right into psychosis. I mean, a bad, bad, bad psychotic episode. So there is definitely it's medically known that marijuana, if you have an underlying bipolar disorder, then marijuana is a trigger that can send you into psychosis. So, and you never know who has that underlying mental health disorder, right? So, marijuana may not impact some people, or a large majority of people. It doesn't impact them really, but other than who knows the side effects of that. But if you have a mental health underlying condition, it can be very, very dangerous. Yeah. And here's another one, Heartstar. I think too many people get prescribed meds in the US. It's not so easy to get all those meds in the UK. Well, there you go. And that's what Patrick said. Patrick felt that Lindsay was prescribed too many meds. So that's very interesting. But I will say my family friend needed the meds and must stay on the meds because it was just debilitating. But she finally found a med, and I'm not sure what it is now, but like she hates lithium. Lithium, the side effects of lithium are really tough. But I think she's found something that, I know she liked Lamictal, but I think, you got to balance out those side effects. And then you also, I think, have to come to the realization that you do have a condition, and at some point you do need to see doctors and to maintain as much as you can. Exercise is really good, and being in a routine as well. And the number one thing that I see with her is sleep. You have to get sleep. So that keeps coming up in this case as well. I mean, what an interesting case. What an interesting discussion about mental illness here. With a nursing background, I knew bipolar was super genetic, and I was so afraid she would go through it. She's now a teen on an SSRI and fine, no mania. That's great. And the teenage years and the low 20s and are years where it can't, you have to really be careful. Again, we have, I think it's the changing hormones, right? It might have something to do with it, but it's just amazing. Lori, but okay, are we as a society going to say if it's okay to do this since you have mental illness? It was psychosis. No, I don't think we now, I agree with you, Lori. I don't think we as a society should say you're not criminally culpable if you have a mental illness. No. someone who is mentally ill can also distinguish right from wrong. For example, my family friend, she knows right from wrong, right? So she, on a daily basis, she knows right from wrong. But those few times when I did witness for myself, her in a serious psychotic state, at that point, she might not have been criminally culpable. If she did, at that point, she was also at McLean Hospital, or one of the other hospitals. But when she was hearing voices, and like I said, the voice told her that we all had to leave the hospital. That was, I don't think she was in the right frame of mind. But on a daily basis, and she's medicated and she's working. Yeah, if she were to run somebody over with her car right now, let's hope she doesn't, she'd be criminally liable. Absolutely, 100% criminally liable. So no, I do hope we can't use mental illness as an excuse. We have to really analyze it on a case-by-case basis. And I know what you're also talking about, because there are a lot of we've all seen the trials or the sentencing hearings where somebody is trying to say, well, I had a bad childhood, a terrible upbringing, and as a result, you should feel sorry for me and hold me, don't give me the death penalty or such a heavy prison sentence because of my background. But no, you're still should be, if you can decipher right from wrong, then you know what you're doing is wrong, then you shouldn't be, mental illness or no mental illness, you should be held liable. And that's my opinion on that. But I do agree with you, Lori. Well, that was a long answer. Sorry. Yes, Maui, I've been saying that too. She sounded desperate. Yeah, she did sound desperate. And again, that witness today, who we gave the Commonwealth an F for producing that witness, he made Lindsay sound desperate. She was desperately Googling to try to get better. Googling bipolar. Do I have bipolar? Yeah. So wait, I missed a question. Sometimes this goes so fast. Show. Lori, so then how does that play into the stigma of mentally ill people? Oh, that's a good question. Well, that's a good question. I would say that, hopefully there's less of a stigma, because just from this chat, so many people are revealing the fact that they do have some sort of mental illness, or their ex-husband, or my very close family friend who's like a daughter to me. And sadly, there is a stigma still attached, but I think some of it comes from her, because when she was manic, she would manic post, and people thought she was weird, and now she's embarrassed because she thinks people still think that way. So some of the stigma she's created, but and she wants a fresh start, and I get that. So there is a stigma still attached, and I do hope that stigma will go away, because I think, if anything, these people who are mentally ill need help. We need more beds. We need, like, McLean Hospital needs to have a unit that handles postpartum depression and postpartum psychosis. So, but the issue here is it's so interesting, because we've got just the rational behavior is something that people are really stuck on, and I get that. Yeah. So in some cases, anxiety, you can manage it without meds, but you need a talk therapy and see a therapist religiously and learn coping skills. I do agree with that. I also think you need to see it's hard to get a good therapist too. It really is, because a lot of them in Massachusetts are all booked up. So you don't know who you're going to get. And it's really tough. And then to get a psychiatrist is even harder. So, and I know the struggles that the family went through to try to get a psychiatrist for her while she was still in the hospital. So it's really tough. But yeah, you've got to find a good therapist who you connect with. That's a key. You got to be able to connect with them. And then, if you need the medications, it needs to be managed. You need to have the blood drawn and all of that. It's a tough thing to keep up with, for sure. You would be most likely to have it when you start a med both years. Okay. Oops. If my ex-husband's family gets arrested, I'm testifying he was responsible. Okay. Yeah, I mean, you can't use it. So here's the thing. I also think that it hurts the mentally ill as a whole. And I'm saying across the spectrum, somebody that's slightly mentally ill, someone that, struggles, whatever. If they're using it, if people are using it as an excuse all the time, it creates a stigma for the mentally ill. So I can see it that way as well, right? Safa, you need a psychiatrist who works alongside your clinical psychologist 100%. That's what I have, and they're both fantastic. Yeah, you're lucky to have that. It's tough to get. I really is. It's tough, and daily life can be tough. I mean, again, all the women going through menopause, it's not easy. It's just not. And people going through postpartum, or just or other things that might be losing a relative, losing your parents, losing, God forbid, losing a child. I mean, death can be very tough, and you need somebody I think, to help you get through that, because it's tough. Sometimes you might need some medication, right, to get you through. Life isn't easy. It's hard to get help. Yeah, Lori, it's hard to get help when you're broken. I agree. Heartstar, how many different meds was Lindsay Clancy on at the time of the crime? Was she shopping around for different meds from different doctors? At the time of the crime, I know she was prescribed 13 different medications altogether, according to Reddington. But at the time of the crime, I can't remember what was in her system. Obviously, it wasn't 13 different meds, but she was still looking around, I believe, at that point. But even though Patrick did say she had one of the best days that day, but something, if you do believe she went into psychosis, something must have triggered it. It's just really weird where you can be building a snowman outside in the snow with the kids, and then hours later do what you did. It just doesn't make sense to me. It's just awful. Yeah, Safa. I missed that. 1 second. Safa said, and it went too fast. It took me years to find the right doctor. 100%, it does. We have had the same therapist almost 9 years, but I self-pay for her, so not an option for everyone. She has contact with my daughter and her dad's kid. That's great. You're very lucky. And yeah, sometimes you have to self-pay for the good one, and that's not fair either. What's the Safa? What's the situation like in South Africa? Do you have free medical care? I'm curious. And how are the doctors? I always wonder what other countries do. Now the chat's going fast. So, do I have empathy for her? Sure. Is she still responsible for making sure her kids are safe, even from herself? Yes. Okay. Maybe she should have taken herself more serious when she had a feeling she could harm the kids. That's not that, there are a lot of people that think that she could have done better. Was she in denial? I don't know. Oh, that's really interesting, Michelle, that marijuana helps your family member who has bipolar. Wow. That's really interesting, because it's definitely a trigger for my friend, a big trigger. And the weird thing is, she wants to use it because it calms her down, and especially when she's feeling when she feels manic, that's when they want it. but it just is not a good combination for her. So it's tough. Lori, sometimes this thing goes so fast. I am one of those people that marijuana helps or doesn't help. I'm actually not sure. Yeah. Hey, you know what? I really like this show because, like I said, I feel like we're really bringing a lot to this chat. We're bringing a lot to this case. It's really making you think deeply about whether you're on one side or the other. It's making you think deeply about life, about family, about people, right? It's just, I think it's really a great chat, a very intelligent chat. I'm very lucky to have you guys. I really mean that. But overall, we will. Oh, Lori, no. I'm not sure what are you saying no to, Lori? See, sometimes the chat can go fast. I can't. Wasn't sure what you were saying no to, Lori. Oh, the marijuana thing. Oh, see, the chat goes so fast. Lori says, one of those people who thinks she could have done more. Okay. Yeah. So the chat goes so fast. That's the problem. Yeah. A lot of, you're not alone, Lori, at all, because I'm getting that from all different sides too. So believe me, when I stop streaming for the day, people will still reach out and ask me questions about the case and what my opinions are. And so a lot of people are blaming her. It's like, you should have done more especially if she thought she could harm the kids. So I don't, sorry, Lori. I'm sorry, Lori. Yep. Good for you. You're probably right. You're probably like, no, but yeah. Yeah. The free public. Yeah. What do you guys have? Do you have, what's your public health system like in South Africa? I'm just curious. To see what you guys have. But by the way, Michelle, you're right. They say that about school shooters having mental illness. So what do we do with them? That is a really, really, really good question. So, I feel like the school shooters that we've seen, I would say guilty. I feel like, depending on the case, but I think that's when they try to mitigate it and say, oh, well, I had a bad upbringing, or I had this mental illness or that. But I don't see evidence where any of them were in psychosis when they committed the acts. They were able to get the gun, the weapons. They were able to meticulously plan what they were going to do. I think those are need to be put. They need to be put behind bars for the rest of their lives. I see that as very different. But you're 100%. They do try to hide behind that. Sometimes I think their defense attorneys try to use whatever they can use to justify those actions. But those, to me, they're apples and oranges from this, with these meticulous planning involved and all that. It's so sad. God. Good morning. Oh, good morning. Good morning. Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's tough to be in the chat for so long. Lots of family stuff. Oh, I hope everything's okay. Well, I was out of the chat this morning because I had ignored an ear infection for 3 days, and finally it got to the point where it blew up pretty much, and I had to go to the Minute Clinic at CVS but I'm on antibiotics, and hopefully it'll feel better. So in fact, I took 3 ibuprofens so hopefully it'll help. I think it will help. But yeah, it's like, and then the babies, I'm so glad. Okay, this is selfish, but I'm kind of glad there's no court tomorrow, because I'm going to go early and spend all day with helping my daughter with the babies. So, whoops, there goes my microphone. But yeah, it's tough sometimes following these trials, especially, you got to be on top of it, because it's interesting to share thoughts and everything, but God forbid you got to go to the doctors. It was 4 meds during the crimes. Thank you. But she crushed them up. Not sure if she was supposed to take them all. Okay. That's right. Thank you, Michelle. Appreciate it. The parents are, back to the school shooters. The parents are being prosecuted as well, 100% as they should, especially if they had, let's say you do have, a teenager or somebody who is suffering from problems like anger management or something like that. You should really not have guns in the house or keep them locked up. But yeah, and if you don't and something happens, then you should be prosecuted. You're liable, in my opinion. Oh yeah. And South Africa, Safa, what is your country do with about gun control? I'm just curious if it's similar to ours. See, that's a great thing about the chat. Like I said, Lori, I asked earlier this morning, but why would she call CVS to verify the Miralax was there and then sent Patrick to pick it up knowing the brand was not there? I thought that the CVS lady told her that she could get the children's Miralax. We'll have to go back and look at that. I thought that there was some sort of children's Miralax or children's laxative, but it was in a different aisle. I thought Patrick was able to pick that up. But again, it's great to have all of us. Again, we're like a jury. All of us are listening and trying to remember the testimony. And that's exactly what jurors have to do as well. Thank you. I know. We'll fill you in if you miss something about the trial, ask the question in the chat and we'll try to remember. We'll hopefully our memories won't go, but we'll try to fill you in on something. And for example, we had quite a talk this morning about that first witness, the state police witness, who we gave the prosecution an F for calling him because he did nothing for the prosecution's case and everything for the defense case, because at one point there was a Google search on Patrick's laptop, and it was about a singer who committed unalived himself. And but there was also other Google searches about bipolar, those could have been searched by Patrick as well, if you think about it, because he was in denial that Lindsay had bipolar. But overall, he got slaughtered on cross-examination, and it helped the defense case. So that's something worth watching again, I think. So we still have to do our field trip next week. I'll be home on Tuesday. Yay. So I'm thinking of going to court on Wednesday, possibly. So whoever's in the area, I say we start making that plan and we can meet outside the Plymouth court. I'll bring some sort of, I don't know, I'll bring my phone at least, or a camera, and we can have we can't have a camera in the courtroom, obviously, but at least outside, or say hello to the chat. We can even be part of the chat, on Wednesday. But I would like to go on Wednesday. Maybe we can go to lunch and talk about it. I would love to meet you guys in person anyway. I think that would be cool. So anybody from the area, let's meet at Plymouth Court. It shouldn't be too hard to get in. Yeah, Amber's going to be jealous. Yeah, I know. It'll be interesting to see what's going on. And I wonder by Wednesday if the defense will have started his case. I don't know. Yeah, my ear is already feeling better. So. Yep. I don't know what the, here's Safa. I asked the question, difficult to get firearm licenses in South Africa. It takes a long time due to the very long backlogs in the system. Stricter gun laws this side, but like every country, there's always criminals with illegal firearms. Yep. Okay, that's interesting. Margaret, please feel better. Babies bring so much joy, but also stress. And when we're stressed, our body's prone less to infections. You're right. You're absolutely right. And of course, it doesn't help when you ignore infection for 3 days. I always think, well, my body has white blood cells, so it should be able to cure the infection on its own. Seriously, that's the way I think. Because I'm also don't feel like taking time out of my day in New York to go to some to go to a clinic, but I finally had to. But it should be fine now. But yeah, anybody that wants to go to trial, I'd like to get a feel for the jury, a feel for the atmosphere in the court. I think it's a trial that we should check out for sure. And we're lucky because it's 25 minutes from my house, so it's easy. Okay. Oops, I just saw the courtroom camera shake. I wonder if somebody almost knocked it over or if they're starting. So, Safa, what's the temperature now? So Safa's in winter time. And how's the fishing there?
This court is back in session. You may be seated.
All right, counsel, we ready for the jury?
Yeah, thank you.
Sweden. Oh my gosh. I've always wanted to go to Sweden. I've been to Norway. Love it. I love the fact you guys are all from different places. But I need to have somebody come to this trial with me. I guess I'll make myself small. I'd feel yeah. I'm sure she is.
This court's now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right, Mr. Reddington.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Super hot here.
Morning.
Morning, sir.
So you are part of the prosecution team that handles the downloads of computers and cell phones and things like that, right?
Specifically mobile devices, sir, not computers.
Mobile devices, okay. And the other gentleman that testified, Pavo, is that his name?
Paveo, sir.
Paveo. And he did the laptops that were found in the office, in the home, right?
Correct. He has those certifications.
Okay. Now, the district attorney had asked you some questions about different searches that you had done on Celebrate and on Axiom. All your searches dealt with Lindsay's cell phone, right?
To clarify, sir, I did no searches on Axiom.
Okay. You did searches on Celebrate.
It's the only forensic tool I use, correct?
All right. And basically, I'm just trying to get a handle on that you and your other brother or sister officers would examine, for example, the computers that were found in Patrick's office in the house, right? You didn't, but the other people did, right?
That's correct.
And then you got the computer, strike that, you got the cell phone that was Lindsay's cell phone, right?
Yes, sir.
And you then did, what's called an advanced logical of Lindsay's phone. Is that right?
That's correct.
And what is an advanced logical? What does that mean?
It's an extraction that utilizes the iTunes backup of an iOS device, and it acquires most of the user-facing content, meaning calls, texts, images,
okay,
browser history.
So you lost me on user-facing. What does that mean?
What the user sees when they're using the phone.
Okay, so like if you pick up a phone and you open it up, then that's you're interfacing with the phone and you're looking at different things, such as photographs, emails, text, things like that.
Yes, sir.
Okay. In addition to Trooper now Sergeant Paveo and yourself, there also was another trooper that you were working with, a guy by the name of Rabbit, like Roger Rabbit, right?
Yes, Joseph Rabbit was assigned to the unit at the time.
And he also conducted a search, but he did what's called a full file system extraction, right?
I don't recall.
Okay, what is a full file system extraction as opposed to advanced logical extraction?
A full file system extraction would acquire the databases and information that you cannot see as a user on a device.
I see. So your extraction was done on January 30th, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And Rabbit's extraction was done on January 27th, right?
I'm not aware of Trooper Rabbit's extraction.
Did you ever collaborate with him as investigator investigating Lindsay Clancy on this case and talk about what you located or what he located?
I had no discussion with him about the phone extraction.
All right. Is he still working for the state police?
He is.
Would you agree with me that the full file extraction actually gets more information than the advanced logical? In other words, Rabbit's extraction would have got more information than you got on your advanced logical.
That's correct.
So one of the things the district attorney had asked you about was in reference to Exhibit 237. And that would be the Celebrate report. Is that correct? Basically, the caption for the extraction on the Celebrate report.
This is a supplemental report that I completed from the physical analyzer software.
Okay. And would that be Celebrate?
Yes.
It says Celebrate. That's what I asked. Looking at Exhibit 237, the second page, that on the very top that I'm looking at here, can you tell me on the right, what is it depicting on the right?
It's
little box. Yeah, I know that. You see the little box? Well, you know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to approach you. This here is the exhibit that the district attorney asked you to look at, 237, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it's a Celebrate report, right?
It's a supplemental report, yes.
And that would be the calendar search, right?
The calendar supplemental report, correct.
Okay. So that means that if Lindsay had appointments anywhere, it would have been, presumably, if she put it in the phone, in her calendar, right?
Yes.
Okay. So when you looked at your investigation, directing your attention to the start time, what date are we talking about here?
The start time is August 14th, 2022, midnight. End time would be August 14th, 2022, 11:59 p.m.
Okay. So if you look down to the next one, it says, what date?
August 23rd, 2022, 10 a.m.
Okay. And did she make an entry on
did.
her computer on that date and time?
She did, sir.
And can you tell me what the entry was?
The subject is 10 a.m., Callan, Kingston, vaccine.
So Callan would be the son. She had it in her phone that he had an appointment to get a vaccine at 10 p.m.?
The time is 10 a.m.
10 a.m., okay. And the next one, what is the next one?
Would you like to know the subject, sir, or the date?
Yeah, sure. Just whatever the date is and then what the subject is.
Okay. The start time is August 23rd, 2022, 5 p.m. The subject of the entry is 9:45, Kingston, Dawson, ear check.
And that would be indicative of an appointment that she had at the pediatrician's office for Dawson's ear check at 9:45 in the morning. Is that correct?
Could be an inference, I'm not sure, but that's the entry.
Okay. looking at Exhibit 235, you can tell me, what is this document?
I recognize it as a screen capture from an Axiom phone extraction.
All right. And you did indicate you were Axiom qualified, right?
I am not, sir. I'm familiar with the program as a result of my training with Great Key. Magna Forensics owns Great Key Technology, and in the training course for Great Key, process extraction is using Axiom, but I'm not certified in the software of Axiom.
But you can interpret it. You understand what that shows you. It's just a listing of different activities on the phone, right?
I'm aware of what the screenshot depicts, yes.
All right. Can you tell me see the highlighted one, can you tell us what that is, the date, the time, and what it's referencing? Do you need a magnifying glass?
Reference is a website, sir.
And what's the website?
Mail.google.com.
That mail, like M-A-I-L, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Does it indicate whose mail it is? Does it show it on the right-hand side of the box?
I can't definitively determine whose mailbox it is.
Okay.
Trooper, I'm going to ask you, make sure you keep your voice up, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
The next page. It's pretty much the same thing in the same day. Okay. Can you tell us on that page who signed in under what email?
The artifact is indicating that there is a title with an email.
What's the name?
Sorry. PATRICKClancy@gmail.com.
So that's fair to say that would be patrickclancy@gmail.com. That's his email that signed in on Lindsay's Facebook.
I can't confirm that.
Okay. And when you were going through her phone, is it fair to say that, there wasn't much in her life that wasn't exposed to the state police and the DA's office and the investigators? Your report initially was 180,000 pages of PDF, right?
It was a very large download, sir.
Does 180,000 sound about right?
It does.
So 180,000 pages on a PDF, you do a number of extractions, and then you get into the one that you were testifying about. The district attorney indicated, or you stated that it was 768 pages of text messages that she had, along with photographs perhaps?
That was a timeline search. The number of items in that report are indicative only of the time frame in which I was utilizing within the software.
Okay. So when you went through her phone, did you come across on a Celebrate report searching for where is the carotid artery?
I don't recall.
Did you come across, might be easier this way. This is a Celebrate report on Lindsay's phone, right? Now, I understand that you might not have been standing next to another cop going through the records and documents on her phone, but on this, you're able to recognize that as being the Celebrate report, right?
It is a Celebrate report, sir.
And it's a Celebrate report for her phone. You can tell by the numbers, right? Maybe this would help a little bit. See this here where it talks about source file and it's got a number, quadruple 08110-0009225E and all the rest of them. That would be her phone, right?
I don't have that number memorized.
Of course not, but it would be in your report?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
It would depend on the supplemental report that you have, sir, whether or not that character was displayed.
Because this is, we agree, is Lindsay's cell phone. Celebrate extraction report.
This item you have here, sir?
No, I'm sorry. The exhibit.
This is the Callan supplemental report, yes.
Right, for Lindsay. So what's the number? You must have a number that would connect to her phone, like an address, like your home address, but in fact it would be a number, right?
It's a device identifier. It is not presented in this supplemental report.
Okay. Where would the device identifier be presented?
It'd be presented in the front page of the initial extraction report.
And that's the 780,000, whatever it is, pages, right? You don't have that here. Certainly 180,000 pages. You don't have that here, right?
No, sir.
Excuse me, Your Honor. Sure. Mr. Barron, for me. Did you bring your report today with you? Just the report, not all the exhibits?
No, sir.
So you would agree with me, sir, that one of the concerns as an investigator that you had is things such as looking for buzzwords like suicide, right?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
When you're looking on the target's phone, and out of this whole courtroom, the target would be Lindsay Clancy, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you had access to her phone, right?
Yes, sir.
And you all went into it with a search warrant, right?
Yes, sir.
And you were looking for different topics, such as suicide, drugs, killing kids, I imagine, to investigate, right? You had buzzwords.
Yes, sir.
And did you come across, for example, a search that indicates carotid artery?
I don't recall.
Did you come across a search on Safari, how to slit your throat to die?
I don't recall.
Did you come across a search, can you turn airbags off on Kia Sorento?
I don't recall.
Did you know that she had a Kia Sorento?
I did not.
If I approach you with this Celebrate report, sir, does that give you the numbers for what I just went through with these searches?
The universal device identifier is a match.
It is a match, okay.
Yes, between this document in my hand and the ones that you're holding.
So would you agree, what's the first search on the first box?
The value associated with the source file is carotid artery.
And the next box?
How to slit your throat to die.
And the next box?
Can you turn airbags off on Kia Sorento?
These all came from Lindsay's phone, right?
I can't confirm that.
Well, it's a pretty good inference, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You want to read off of these?
If we could just
Sure.
see them at sidebar.
So I was eating my breakfast sandwich. Yeah, Reddington obviously has his own forensic experts that were helping him out. And I think he is very prepared. I agree with that. His cross-examinations really are thorough. He's got somebody helping him for sure. They've done their own extractions. He's trying to focus on the theory of his case that his client was, she did have an S ideations to unalive herself because she was suffering from postpartum depression and anxiety and lack of sleep. And so he's building the bricks, building his narrative to show that she was so sick, she must have had a psychotic break. She was a loving mother who must have had a psychotic break. Now, the burden is not on the defense. The burden's on the prosecution. So if Reddington can create enough reasonable doubt about Lindsay's state of mind at the time the crimes were committed. And that's exactly what he's doing on cross-examination. And it might be enough reasonable doubt for a not guilty. So that's what he's looking for. Yeah. So we thought that Reddington was really behind yesterday, but he's catching up quickly. I thought he did a decent job on cross-examination yesterday. I do. And you know, I'm trying to look at both sides. Of course, the prosecution had to put on these witnesses. This witness, if you're just coming in, is Massachusetts trooper Timothy Schipani. He testified he did a forensic analysis of Lindsay's iPhone. He's a forensics expert. He presented a 700-page report mapping out her search history, downloads, personal notes, and text messages from the months leading up to January 23rd, when the tragic events occurred. There was a search about a sociopath. He testified that on January 20th, 2023, just days before the children this happened, Clancy's phone was used to Google the phrase, "Can you treat a sociopath?" Did she consider, I guess that the jury's going to think, did she consider herself a sociopath? Is that what the Commonwealth wants the jury to believe, that, you know, this person is not inflicted by a mental disease. She's actually a sociopath herself, and she knows she's a sociopath herself. So it's strong evidence for the prosecution if they have jurors on their side who do think this involves some premeditation and planning, and these were 3 deliberate acts of first-degree M. A lot of you are on the side, according to the poll, many of you think Lindsay Clancy should be found guilty. So this does tie in. Does she recognize evil within herself? That's what the prosecution is going for here, and it is strong evidence. And I think Reddington is doing his best to dilute that evidence, if you will. Can you treat a sociopath? So records from December 21st, 2022 showed Clancy texted another woman to ask about McLean Hospital. That's where she was treated in January, and download a request for a medical leave form. So this is definitely strong for the prosecution. At least I think the sociopath part is the strongest part. Schipani also read aloud from digital notes. Clancy wrote in October 2022, while they include positive affirmations like, "I will overcome postpartum anxiety," that would help the defense, and depression helps the defense. She's painting herself, "I am a great mom." They also documented severe distress, right? So that goes to the defense side of things. And she wrote about, of course, feeling sleep deprived and paranoid and feeling less connected with her baby Callan after she stopped breastfeeding, and agonizing over her perceived inability to parent all 3 children equally. So the defense will obviously go over all of that. And what's he really going to do with the sociopath? What do you guys think about that testimony, especially the sociopath testimony? I think we're coming back. Michelle, this sounds like they were planned. These sounds like they were planned searches. Very interesting.
Thank you.
All right, let me make myself little again.
And if I can, just for continuity, sir, looking at what has been marked as Exhibit R, S, and T for identification, not an exhibit yet, the jury would have, but nevertheless, we can question you about it. You do agree with me that the phone identifier numbers are listed here, and they're pretty much the same on these 3 exhibits, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that would be Lindsay Clancy's phone, right?
I can't confirm that. Yes, sir.
So I've just handed you Exhibit 237, sir. Can you tell me what that exhibit is? The district attorney questioned you about it.
It's a supplemental report that I compiled from the Celebrate software on the calendar application.
Do you have access to what was referred to as the mummy text messages?
Not with this document, sir.
So that document is the calendar that we had already gone through as far as seeing the doctor 9:45 and 10 o'clock appointments, right?
That's correct.
Sorry. It's the,
Exhibit 238.
Exhibit 238, sir, if I may. On the exhibit, sir, this would be captioned the mummy text message thread between Lindsay and her mother. Is that fair to say?
For January of 2023, sir, yes.
Okay, so this search was limited by the police to January of 2023 for the texts between Lindsay and her mother, right?
Correct, sir. It's a filtered supplemental report from Celebrate.
Filtered supplemental report, okay. So who would be, when the jury's looking at these in the jury room, who would be the blue texter? Would it be Lindsay or her mother?
You could just look at the participant delivered status sent from Lindsay owner to mommy. So the green would be from the owner of the phone to the recipient, mommy.
Okay, so green would be Lindsay, blue would be the mother.
That's correct.
All right. Now, let me give you Exhibit 238, and just for a representative example, I mean, looking through, will you look at September 28th at 6:18 in the morning?
Sir, can you repeat that date?
Yeah, sure. September 28th. Oh, you didn't do, that's right, you didn't do September. You only did January, right?
Sir, this exhibit is just for January of 2023.
Okay, I apologize. Let's jump to January then. Now, let's say January 3rd, 8:35 in the morning. Do you have that?
One moment, sir.
Sure.
Yes, sir.
And what did Lindsay say to her mother on January 3rd at 8:35 in the morning?
At 59 seconds, sir.
Yeah.
I'm all right, period. Anxious about meeting with the whole psychiatry team.
How about the next message that she sent at January 3rd at 8:37 in the morning?
In 31 seconds.
Sure.
I'm just worried they won't send me home soon.
Now, do you know, as a police officer working on this case, what she meant, send me home? Do you know where she was on January 3rd?
It would be an inference only, sir.
That's all right. You can infer.
I believe she was in a medical facility.
McLean Hospital.
I recall that hospital being mentioned.
And then on January 8th, sir, at 10:44 in the morning, was there a text from her mother to Lindsay, if you know? 10:44. Where the mother asked you, did you sleep good?
1 second, sir. It's cut off by the clip here. 10:44 and 30 seconds a.m.
Yeah.
From mommy to Lindsay. Great. That will be fun. Sleep good last night, question mark.
And did she respond? She meaning Lindsay?
She did.
What'd she say?
I actually did.
And this was on January 8th, sir?
That's correct.
January 10th, could you pull that up, please? At 9:48 in the morning.
I apologize, sir. Can you repeat the time on the 10th?
9:48 in the morning, beginning with mother asking questions of Lindsay. Still sleeping good? Question mark.
I have a message at 9:48 and 15 seconds from mommy to Lindsay.
Okay, what is that?
Good morning. How are you doing today? Question mark.
And what did she say in response?
Good. Period. At the gym with the kids.
And what was the date? Was that January 10th?
2023, 9:48, 21 seconds a.m.
So do you have January 10th in front of you? Not the 23rd.
Okay. My correction, sir. January 10th, 2023 at 9:48 and 21 seconds.
All right. And what did the mother ask her?
Nice, still sleeping good.
Did she ask her, are you feeling better during the day? And she said, so far, a little bit.
Would you like me to read that, sir?
Yeah.
At January 10th, 2023, 9:53:01 seconds a.m. Are you feeling any better during the day? From mommy to Lindsay.
And go to January 12th, 11:09 in the morning.
Yes, sir.
What did she say? What did mommy say?
From mommy to Lindsay, January 12th, 2023, 11:09, 32 seconds a.m. Still feeling a little better? Question mark.
And how did she respond? How did Lindsay respond?
A little bit.
And then on January 16th, well, wait a minute. January 14th at 1:05, I think, in the afternoon. Can you pull that one up?
Yes, sir. One moment.
Okay. You recall where it starts as, I'm waiting for the day. And that would be from Lindsay to her mother.
Can you repeat the time one more time, sir?
1:05?
AM or PM?
PM.
And this is on the 14th, sir?
Yes, sir. Yep. January 14th.
I have a message from Lindsay to mommy, January 14th, 2023, 1:05, 13 seconds PM.
Saying?
About the same, period, hanging in there and waiting for the day I wake up and feel me.
So she says, waiting for the day I wake up feeling like me, right?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. And then on the 16th of January, if you can pull that one up. January 16th at 10:20.
I have a message from Lindsay to mommy, January 16th, 2023, 10:20, 24 seconds AM.
And what did it say?
It was fun, period. Cora and Dawson enjoyed, period.
Now, did it make reference at any point in the text that was a reference to the Cape Codder? Is that in there at all? Do you see it? It was fun, referring to what was fun, if you know.
Not in this particular message, sir.
Okay. And then continuing on, sir, January 18th, would you agree that she inquired of her mother, or the mother asked, are you starting a new med? She said, I did. I started it two nights ago. And that basically the mother was asking her about her medications and how she felt and how she was doing, right?
One moment, sir. I just have to get to that point.
You know what? That's okay, because it's an exhibit and the jurors are going to have it and they can take a look at it. So that's okay. We're good on that.
Okay, don't answer the question.
No, you don't have to answer it. That's all right.
Okay, sir.
Now, on January 24th, district attorney asked you about Google searches, Googling 3V restaurant, looking at the distance from the house to 3V restaurant, looking up menus. You recall answering her questions on that?
I do, sir.
And you're familiar also, prior to that, on the same day, that she had taken the baby to a doctor and that Pat texted her and asked basically, you know, how did it work out? Do you recall that?
I recall the doctor's appointment. I don't recall the text.
Do you recall that Lindsay sent a picture of her and her children taken that afternoon?
I recall the snowman photo.
I'm sorry?
I recall the snowman photo.
Okay. And that was on the 24th of January, right?
It was, sir.
Do you recall that Pat texted back and said something like, "Oh, wow, you're a good mom"? Recall that?
I don't recall the text.
One of the other searches that you did would be, are you aware that there were searches for medical, such as questions regarding bipolar symptoms, psychosis? Can you be in DKA without high blood sugar? Page after page after page. Trazodone. What is the effect of trazodone? Wellbutrin. How do you feel on trazodone? Ativan addiction. Prozac, Trazone, going on and on and on. You guys saw this on her search on her phone, the Celebrate, right?
I recall those searches, sir.
Okay. Could I offer this, Your Honor? This would be medical searches on her phone.
Any objection?
No.
All right, that may be admitted.
Exhibit 239.
Great, thank you.
Do you recall, sir, that there was also a search for schizophrenia? Also, that?
Not specifically.
Well, if I approach you, sir, and your extraction report, does that refresh your memory that there would be a search on her phone for schizophrenia? See where it says schizophrenia?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what was the date of that search?
January 19th, 2023, 9:58:01 seconds a.m.
Okay. Put that right here for a minute. How about psychosis? Did she search for psychosis as well?
If I may.
Of course.
There is a keyword search in psychosis in a Google search.
And that would be a keyword search that you said in a Google search on the January 20th?
January 20th, 2023, 8:39 and 0 seconds p.m.
Okay. Then was there also a search for Seroquel?
Seroquel is part of a search, yes.
And what was the rest of the search?
On Seroquel, feel like I can't have a conversation.
Okay. And it goes on a number of other inquiries as well, correct? Dealing with Seroquel.
That's correct, sir.
And then further, do you recall that there were a number of pages where she Googled and was inquiring about suicide?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell us when she was Googling suicide?
December 29th, 2022, 1:02:14 seconds p.m.
And would you agree that she also Googled on a number of occasions sleep?
Sleep is one keyword and part of a Google search, correct?
And then there's a number of pages that are attached to that dealing with the search for sleep, correct?
That's correct, sir.
And do you know the time frame that we're talking about from the Celebrate search?
Multiple entries, sir. Majority of them are in January of 2023.
Okay. Also, a much larger package of searches for trazodone.
Yes, sir. Trazodone is one keyword as part of multiple Google searches.
Zoloft?
Correct.
What's the time frame?
If I may just remove this, sir.
Yeah, sure.
Earliest entry is December 31st, 2022, 4:07:48 seconds p.m. Last entry, all on the same date, December 31st, 2022, 7:06:39 seconds p.m.
Okay. She also, on her phone, is a search for benzo withdrawals, right?
Yes, sir. Benzo is listed as a keyword as part of another search.
Also, after benzo, it says withdrawals, right?
Correct.
And what's the time frame for that, please?
January 20th, 2023, 8:11:57 seconds p.m.
Okay. And also a search for Wellbutrin.
Yes, sir. Wellbutrin is a keyword as part of a Google search.
Does it say what the time frame is?
It does.
What is it?
January 16th, 2023, 9:14:47 seconds a.m.
Okay. And a search for McLean.
Correct, sir. McLean is part of a keyword of a Google search.
What's the time frame?
December 29th, 2022, 8:52:37 seconds a.m.
Is there also a search for insomnia?
Yes, sir. Insomnia is part of a keyword of a Google search.
What's the time frame?
December 31st, 2022, 7:12:58 seconds p.m.
That's December 21st, did you say? 31st.
December 31st, 2022, sir.
And is there a search for keyword ketamine? Ketamine.
Yes, sir. Ketamine is part of a Google search. It's a keyword within the Google search.
What's the time frame?
For this entry, January 20th, 2023, 8:39:0 seconds p.m.
There's also a search pulled up on Celebrate for Lamictal.
Yes, the word Lamictal is part of a Google search.
And what's the time frame?
January 16th, 2023, 9:23:13 seconds a.m.
Okay. Was there also a keyword search for postpartum and Google searches for postpartum depression and various aspects of postpartum?
Yes, sir.
And what's the time frame for us?
They all occur within January of 2023, with the earliest date being the 11th of January 2023 and proceeding all the way to the 19th of January 2023.
And keyword benzo. Right on the Celebrate report for Lindsay's cell phone.
It is, sir.
Can you tell us what the time frame is?
Sir, would you like it for the first entry or all the entries?
Give me the ideal, like, bracket, starting on when, ending on when. We don't have to go through all of them.
The earliest entry appears to be December 6th, 2022, 9:17:05 seconds a.m., with the last entry being January 20th, 2023, 8:13:48 seconds p.m.
And search for bipolar. That was on her phone.
Keyword bipolar is part of a Google search, correct?
Bracketed in. What's the time that it started? When did it end?
The earliest entry is from this report is December 29th, 2022, 9 a.m., 37 seconds. And the last entry is January 13th, 2023, 1:38:42 seconds p.m.
And clonazepam was a search as well, correct?
That's correct, sir.
And can you just give me an idea, what's the time frame on that?
All of the searches in this report indicate January 18th, 2023, in the morning hours from 11:26 a.m. to 11:27 a.m.
Okay. And the next one would be Ativan. See where it says Ativan? What's the first? Just give me the first month. What's the stat? Search for Ativan.
The earliest time frame, sir? December 31st, 2022, 7:06:30 seconds p.m.
Okay. Next one would be amitriptyline, correct?
I'm not sure on the pronunciation, but it appears to be that way.
Okay. When was the amitriptyline search? When did it start? When did it end?
January 16th, 2023, 11:01, 28 seconds a.m., with the last entry being January 23rd, 2023, 8:17, 58 seconds p.m.
And then on January 20th, 2023, was she searching intrusive?
That's correct.
Okay. And then finally, sir, on January 19th of 2023, was she searching hallucinations?
Yes, sir. 10:33, 49 seconds a.m.
Sure, I would offer these.
I could just look them over.
Sure. You're welcome, sir.
No objection.
Okay, those may be admitted. Do you want to admit it's individual?
All one? Is one individual or all one? I don't care.
Why don't we do that? I hate to do this to you. Why don't we do it individually? Just might be easier down the road.
Okay.
Exhibits 240 through 260 so far.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I apologize. I neglected to ask about this celebrate extraction report from Lindsay's phone. This really is another extraction search on her phone.
Yes, sir. It's a supplemental report for searched items.
Okay. And looking at that, if you can, basically there are a number of search terms in there, such as pre-made goodie bags, and that would have been on December 31st. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right. And what's the next one underneath that that would be on December 31st?
Child with bloated belly and lethargy.
How about the next one on December 31st?
Children's Motrin stores.
What about the next one on the 31st?
Children's Motrin.
Next one.
Is children's town hall the same as infants?
Next one.
6-month-old whale windows.
That would be WALE, whatever that means.
Yes, sir.
6-month-old. Okay. Next one.
Earth's best organic baby food.
Next one.
Earth's best organic infant.
Next one.
Earth's best organic infant formula.
Next one.
Nova Plymouth, NOVA.
Next one.
Best kids movies.
Next one.
Nova Trampoline Lark.
Next one.
Unicorn Picture.
Next one, if you can.
Yes, sir. Unicorn Picture Free Coloring.
Just read them right down.
Yes, sir.
Just rip right through it.
Paw Patrol saves.
Rip right through it.
I'll spell it. Paw Patrol saves the MEREKR. Twin Girls Bed. Cape Cod Resort. How much formula for 8 MINTH? Chuck E. Cheese. Chuck E. Cheese. Children's Motrin. Children's Motrin stores. ADC Temple Touch Thermometer.
Can I just interrupt you?
Yes,
what
sir.
What do we have to for date right now?
The last item I read was ADC Temple Touch Thermometer, sir, and the date was January 17th, 2023, time 2:19:03 seconds p.m.
Okay. I just want to get a frame on the time. Okay,
Yes, sir.
Go ahead. Finish that up.
8-month milestones. Fluffy slime recipe. Fluffy slime recipe. UTI symptoms children. Kids Miralax. Miralax for kids.
And what was the date on that?
The last date on the page for Miralax for kids, January 24th, 2023, 4:47:31 seconds p.m.
Yeah, go ahead. Finish these three more.
Yes, sir. CVS Pharmacy, Pedialax.
Thank you, sir. I'd offer this, Judge.
All right, that may be admitted. Yeah, 261. That's it.
And then finally, sir, approaching you with a report. You can recognize that document, right?
Yes, sir.
Right. And what is that? It doesn't have the header on the top of it, that's all.
It's a supplemental report, sir, and appears to be text messages.
Okay. Are you able to know when the photograph of the two kids and the snowman was sent to Pat by Lindsay? You know when? Was it on the 24th? If you know.
I would have to look at the extraction.
So, understanding jury would be able to be looking at the photo and has a little history. If we look at this report, you see where it says Lindsay owner, and then over here it says Cutie.
Yes, sir.
So is that from Pat to Lindsay?
That's correct.
And what's the date and the time?
January 24th, 2023, 8:19:45 seconds a.m.
Okay. And what's the next one that you see? And just say to us, like, it's Pat to Lindsay or Lindsay to Pat, and what is the message? You don't have to go through all the numbers.
Yes, sir. Next item, do you want me to read the date, sir?
Sure.
Next item, January 24th, 2023, 8:36:17 seconds a.m. Lindsay to Pat. loved an image, which is a reflection that someone used the feature within iMessage to like an image.
Like an image, like a photograph, right?
Correct, sir.
Okay. Yep. What else?
Want me to keep going?
Sure.
January 24th, 2023, 8:42, 16 seconds a.m. From Patrick to Lindsay. How's it going?
And you know what? If it's the same date, rather than taking the time, just go right down and read the messages. That would
Receive, sir.
The time frame.
The date is the same for all the messages.
Okay,
From Patrick to Lindsay, how's it going? Lindsay to Patrick, good. Lindsay to Patrick, okay, her urine looked good, so nothing going wrong with her kidneys, phew. Patrick to Lindsay, good, with a smiley face. Lindsay to Patrick, no message content. Patrick to Lindsay, oh wow. Patrick to Lindsay, you're a good mama. Lindsay to Patrick, smiley face with hearts. Lindsay to Patrick, blank. Patrick to Lindsay, laughed at an image. Lindsay to Patrick, any chance you want to do takeout from 3V, period, period, period. I didn't cook anything, period, period, period. It's been a long day. Smiley face. Patrick to Lindsay, yeah, smiley face. Lindsay to Patrick, okie dokie, smiley face.
Okay. I'd offer that, Your Honor. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, these text messages are already in evidence as Exhibit 23.
I'll allow that. Thank you, Mike.
Finally, District Attorney spent some time asking you about modifications to a photograph, and I think it was of the little baby. You recall that line of questioning?
Yes, sir.
What did that mean? Does that mean that someone, or Lindsay or someone on her phone, changed the photograph of the little baby? Is that what that means?
It means that the photo was edited in some fashion.
So that could be like coloring?
It could be a variety of things.
Like what?
As I indicated in my earlier testimony, it could be that someone took a live photo, and instead of having it be a live photo, which is a multiple burst of images, they took it down to just a single photo.
Anything else that can be modified?
Multiple things, but from the extraction, that's the only thing I was able to determine.
So you weren't involved in the search of the Clancy house on the 24th, 25th?
No, sir.
Were you aware that there are photographs of the kids hanging in virtually every room, kitchen, living room, bedrooms? Did you know that as an investigator on this case?
Sir, I was not involved in the search.
You know that there were dozens of photograph albums, little babies, all over the house. Did you know that?
I was not aware of that, sir.
Thank you.
Commonwealth redirect.
All of the exhibits that defense counsel just put in about the searches for psychosis or certain drugs, are those all available in the disc Exhibit 236 in some of those reports where you can search the word and all of those mentions will come up?
Yes.
Sir, on Exhibit 250. Thank you. The search is about psychosis. Some of those searches were for psychosis symptoms on January 19, 2023. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So the person using the phone, looking it up, was looking up to find out what the symptoms of someone would be experiencing if they had psychosis, correct?
It's a keyword search for psychosis symptoms.
You were asked some questions about the chats between Lindsay and her mother in Exhibit 238. Correct?
Yes, ma'am.
There's a text message from her mother to Lindsay on January 19th, 2023, which states, "I'll bring it Saturday. Never know what treasures I'll find in the attic," correct?
That's correct, ma'am.
Seeming to indicate that her mother is going to visit her that Saturday, correct? From the text message content.
It's an inference.
Is there also a text message from Lindsay's mother to Lindsay on January 22nd, which would have 2023, which would have been the Sunday after the Saturday visit, in which her mother says, "Enjoyed seeing everyone this weekend. Nice to see you doing better."
That's correct.
I have nothing further.
Mr. Reddington?
Just very briefly, kind of like a housekeeping thing, if I could, Judge. I'm approaching you with a number of text messages. Would you agree with me? Again, this came up on Lindsay's phone, and it would be text messages between Patrick Clancy and Lindsay. Kind of flip through them all. Trust me, one of the others.
Yes. That's correct, sir.
Okay. And then finally, I'm handing you again extractions from Lindsay's phone that you can flip through them if you wish. Would be between Lindsay and Sue Clancy, her mother-in-law, Patrick's mother. It says Sue Clancy.
That's correct, sir.
Okay. I'd offer these to you, Your Honor.
Objection.
If I can see counsel sidebar.
Okay, so I think that is, I'm going to recap that for a little bit. Very interesting. So this is leading up to, the date when the tragedies occurred, and Trooper Shapani, let me get my thing up here. There were Google searches or text messages from the phone that you could actually argue for one side or for the other. So let's see, Shapani read from digital notes, right, that Lindsay wrote in October of 2022. Some of them were positive affirmations like, quote, "I will overcome postpartum anxiety and depression, and I am a great mom." They also documented some severe distress. She wrote about being sleep deprived, paranoid, Googling all sorts of medications, feeling less connected to her baby Callan after breastfeeding, and how it was tough to parent all three children equally. January 20th, 2023, just 4 days before the tragedy. I think this is a big one. She searched, quote, "how to slit your throat to die." So was she so depressed at that point that she was back to her feelings of unaliving herself and S ideation? And this, of course, would take it from that passive ideation to, some sort of plan, or that she was trying to find a plan. She should have really, I don't know, she should have gotten herself help or reached out to somebody at that point. Then the other one was, can you turn the airbags off in a Kia Sorento? So was she thinking of turning the airbags off and slamming her car into a tree? That could indicate that she wanted to unalive herself versus harming the kids. So far, I don't see any indication that she specifically wanted to harm the kids. The day before the tragedy, she modified a photograph of her youngest son, Callan, but that could be, according to the trooper, that could mean anything. Could mean it might have been a live photograph, and she made it into a photograph that was a still life. So the prosecution is trying to leverage the digital footprint to argue, I think, and somebody made a good point of this in the chat, that all the searches seemed rational. I mean, she was able to type. We don't know how fast she was typing it, but there were a lot of searches going on, a lot of searches about medications. At one point, she searched bipolar. But the Commonwealth wants you to believe that at this point, Clancy was acting with rational, deliberate, calculated intent, and she had the presence of mind. While, of course, the defense, through cross-examination, used the searches to verify his side of the story, that, hey, she's searching desperately for medications. It reflects a mother suffering deeply from severe postpartum depression and anxiety, which ultimately led to psychosis. She was desperately trying to get better. By the way, she also searched the distance from the 3V restaurant, from her house to the 3V restaurant. Again, that goes to the Commonwealth's theory that this was a planned attempt to leave herself alone with the kids so she could commit the acts. Reddington also brought out texts with her mom about how she was feeling anxious. Again, about the meds, the bipolar. She even Googled schizophrenia, postpartum, benzos. But then on the flip side, she was also Googling all random searches like how to make slime, kid stuff, children's Miralax, because I think Cora had some issues, maybe with constipation at the time. Then she sent Patrick the picture of the snowman and the two kids. Patrick loved the image. They used the little heart emoji and the little smiley face emoji. I mean, it seemed like a really good discussion. And he said, this broke my heart. He said, you're a good mama. And she put the heart emoji back. They're going back and forth, smiley faces, cute banter. And then she says, hey, let's get takeout at 3V. I've had a busy day. And I don't feel like cooking. And then, that's pretty much it after that, right? Because the tragedies occurred while he was out getting the takeout at the 3V.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Attorney Sprague, anything further?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you,
This
sir. You may
is
step
a
down.
doozy of a case. And Lori, yes, you're saying she has self-awareness. I get that. Will Patrick's mother be testifying? That'll be interesting. His father testified.
All right. So members of the jury, it's 1 o'clock, so
It's 1 o'clock
so
already?
hold that against me. So we're gonna take the afternoon recess at this point. I'm gonna ask you to be ready to come back 2 o'clock in the next witness. My instructions are the same. During the break, don't talk about this case, don't do any research, don't read anything, don't listen to anything, and then see you back here about 2 o'clock. Okay, thank you.
Court, all rise. Jurors, kindly close your notebooks. Place them on the chairs, please. This way, please.
Before we break, Judge, I apologize. When I introduced the records from social health, actually I put in the cover page and the wrong page. It does not reference the actual medical record that I had. So if you have any objection to the substitute status, it's the appointment.
Right. So, I'm sorry, I just missed the part where you said it's different than what you submitted.
Yeah, what I submitted is just like a cover letter and some other things. I thought that I submitted the medical record.
Oh, no objection.
So you want to substitute those?
Yeah, sure.
He submitted the wrong paperwork.
All right. All right.
It's got to be tough.
All right, so we'll be in recess till.
Give him credit.
Court, all rise.
I give him credit as a solo practitioner, right? Like, God, it's a lot. All right, so I just kind of gave you my spiel of what happened in the morning, so I don't want to repeat myself. But let me ask you this. Based on today's testimony, the direct examination and the cross-examination, I mean, the whole thing left me a little bit baffled. And I think especially about the banter going back and forth, the cute, like the little heart and smiley face emojis between her and Patrick, and she didn't feel like cooking. It left me a bit baffled. It's like the day seemed to be going pretty well for her. You're a good mama. That was one of the last things he said to her. And they seemed lovey-dovey going back and forth. And then all of a sudden, the next thing you know, he comes home and to the tragedy. So I don't know. So the defense is trying to raise reasonable doubt as to her sanity. Have they been able to do that? Do you think there's enough reasonable doubt to find her not guilty? I have doubts right now about her sanity. Like, how could this happen? How could a loving mother who's making a snowman with her kids, has pictures of the kids all over the house, seem to care about Cora's constipation and was looking for children's Miralax for her, then all of a sudden, boom, go into do this? It blows my mind. So, yeah, I guess, Lori, you think, remember, once they have a plan. Yeah, I mean, so do you think she was faking the banter and back and forth, and she had a plan and that was it? This was all part of the plan? I don't know. I couldn't be convinced beyond a reasonable doubt at this point. I don't know. This is really a baffling case. What are your thoughts on this? Yeah, for his age alone, that's not bad at all. I agree. Like, I can't believe he's a really good lawyer. He's one of the best. I mean, he's about 74, 75 years old, and he's on the ball, really. That's what I mean. They say she knew right from wrong. Yeah, did she? Well, that's one of the key things. The Commonwealth has to show, they have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Lindsay knew right from wrong, and she knew that those acts were wrong and that she was not able to stop her. So basically, she knew they were wrong, and she was not able to stop herself. So it just doesn't, one thing I will say, it just doesn't make sense that this woman would turn around and do that to her kids. It blows the more I get into the case, the more baffled I am about the whole thing. So Lori, well, not faking it, but her mood uplifted. This is common when they have a plan. Oh, I see. So, like, she has a plan. She feels okay. Yeah, I see what you're saying too. Jury's going to have a tough one. Somebody just said it's got to be a hung jury. I wouldn't be surprised at all. There are definitely two sides to this case. Michelle agrees with you, Lori. I'm not sure what to think right now myself. I just know that I appreciate all of your different ideas and thoughts on the case. You guys are amazing, and I think we're speaking very intelligently. We're sharing our different theories and our different knowledge of bipolar, of different treatments for bipolar. So I think this chat is very eye-opening as far as mental health. I mean, we've all learned a lot here. She also Googled hallucinations. That's interesting too. So that bit of information could go one way or the other, right? What do you guys think about that? The fact that she Googled hallucinations, was that because she was having hallucinations, or she was going to use that, pretend she was having hallucinations? And I like how we all complimented each other on our good points. So, yeah, I hear you. What is that jury thinking? What is that jury thinking? Well, so last night when I was on the NBC show, if you guys watch that, some of you are not from the area, but it seems like the guests there seem to lean in Lindsay's favor, but I don't know. It's hard to say. I mean, this we seem pretty balanced here, but I mean, I do love that show. I think I watch it all the time. I think it's a great show. Commonwealth Confidential. Okay, Michelle. I believe, according to Michelle, I believe at this point she was criminally responsible. Okay. So the prosecution would like to hear that. They're very methodical. They're not too highly emotional or anything. They're putting in their evidence piece by piece by piece by piece, doing a pretty good job other than wearing the bows. So they've been able to convince you, and I'm sure others, that she's guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Remember, it's got to be beyond a reasonable doubt. And of course, the defense will stress that in closing arguments. What a case. What a case. Safa, it sounds like she was planning. Okay. How sad. How sad to think that she's sending, I mean, are we reading into this too much? Like, she's sending heart emojis and all that. Is this her way of telling Patrick goodbye? I just can't imagine it. Like, what do you guys make of all that cute banter? The last bit of communication she had with Patrick. What do you make of that? The shrinks now have to weigh in to prove criminal. Yeah, the shrinks. Yeah, the medical experts. Yeah, they have to weigh in. They have to. I think they real. It. I've said all along, it boils down to a battle of the experts. But I think the Commonwealth has done a good job as far as creating that the timeline. I've always mentioned the timeline too. That the important timeline where she created time to be alone with her kids, and but I will say, in the Google searches, and correct me if I'm wrong, sometimes we all watch the same trial, but if I had to get up to use the bathroom, I might have missed it, which I did once. I try not to, but I didn't see where she Google searched how to harm anybody else but herself. I didn't see any Google search for, how to, KILL or STRANGLE anybody. So I don't know. Yeah, everybody is nice in this chat. I agree with you, Michelle. And I think we'd all get along as jurors for, this chat anyway, because, right? This is how you should. I think a good juror would be somebody like that's a member of the chat, because when one of you puts something down that at first I don't agree with, I have to take a pause and say, well, wait a minute, that person, they have a good point, and I didn't think of it that way. There's all different ways to think of what these Google searches meant. What did that last exchange mean? That last exchange is really sad. I mean, it makes you sad when you think about what Patrick came home to, right? I mean, he's seen little pictures of a snowman and his kids, and he's thinking, oh wow, Lindsay must be getting better. I'm so happy. Like, this is his thought process. Oh, I'll go get takeout, and maybe we'll watch Netflix after the kids go to bed. little banter, all that, cute. And then what? And then he comes home to what he came home to. So, oops, I'm missing. Lori, she didn't have any problems figuring out how to do that to the children, but she was unsuccessful on herself, even with the well, you would think as a nurse she would know how to do that to the throat. I have to be careful because YouTube, YouTube, they get tough on me. But I mean, is there a way to do it? I thought you just went, I don't know. YouTube's definitely going to ban this show. She was manipulating him, and that gave him confidence to leave. That's possible, too. That's possible. She could be conscious of her searches being seen. And please feel free. If you feel otherwise, if you feel that, no, she really suffered from psychosis, don't be afraid to put that down either, because everybody seems to be sharing their beliefs in this case. So don't be afraid to chat, even if we all seem, or a bunch of people, guilty. Don't be afraid to say, well, I think she's not guilty because of this or whatever. So feel free to say what you want to say, and that's the beauty of this channel. We'd be great jurors, and we'd be all friends after too. I know we would. That's another thing about being on the jury. So when I was on my jury, it was a federal trial at the beautiful federal courthouse in Boston. We were together for so long, you almost felt like, you were part of a family deciding a case. And of course, it did get contentious. There was fighting and arguing back and forth. But on the flip side, and then I never saw or heard from any of these people again. You wonder if some jurors remain friends. Oh, actually, I know. I have a story for you. So this is interesting about the jury. So one of my really good friends was engaged to be married. And she was called to be a juror on a murder trial. So she sat for a long time on this murder trial. And she fell in love. So her and this guy juror started talking, and they fell in love, and she broke off her engagement and married the fellow juror. So that's my jury story. And if you talk to some of the judges, oh gosh, I know another one. I might as well share it with you. I forgot about this, but I was speaking with, a long time ago, it just popped into my head. I had a conversation, I think, with a court officer, an old timer back in the day, and he was telling me some stories about when they used to sequester the jury. So at one point, there was a jury that was being sequestered. They were all in a hotel room in Boston. And the next morning, they all went into the courtroom, and the court officer said, juror number 10 is in the hospital. And what happened to juror number 10? He broke his leg. Well, how on earth did he break his leg? Well, he was climbing along the ledge and fell out of the window. Luckily, it wasn't too high, because he was having, with the female juror in the next hotel room. So that's how they would see each other. He would climb through the window, and they would, get together. So he slipped and he fell out and he broke his leg. And the judge was just like, I think I talked to the judge in that one too. They're just like, oh my God. So yeah, the court officers have some great stories. I should write a book on that, but I just remembered that one. Yeah. Can you imagine being like a prosecutor or a lawyer on that case? Oh, juror number 10 broke his leg. How did he break his leg? God. Anyway, have to have some banter in this. I'm looking forward to hearing from the experts. The information can be used by both sides at the moment. I also believe she was a very ill person who did try to get the help. Yeah, I'm leaning your way, actually. I'm not ready to say that she's guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. And I'm not, like, just because I'm a lawyer and it's my show, I don't know. I don't have all the answers. That's for sure. I didn't even know the whole Nick Reiner thing, remember? I mean, know who he is, but I was on another show and I thought Nick Reiner had schizophrenia, but um, I guess I was wrong. I was corrected by their chat. So I'm like, oh, so you got to be careful what you say. But no, I really appreciate both sides and don't be afraid. Like nobody's going to criticize you. Everybody's just sort of like, I think right now we're just coming up with different testimony. Like I have to say, as a lawyer, I admire the cross-examination from Reddington because he really is bringing out the picture that Lindsay was a very sick woman and she was trying to help herself and all that. So certainly I can see somebody thinking, well, then she had to have a psychotic break. But on the flip side, it's just like I need to get a scales of justice. I have, like I said, at home. Next week, you'll be able to see my home studio. Some of you have already seen it, but I've got the little scales of justice. They're broken because the cats keep playing. I have kittens. They're technically still kittens, even though they look like cats now, but they keep batting at the scales of justice, and the scales of justice have broken, and sometimes they fell off. But I think I need a bigger one so we can that would be kind of cool to like put some beans in one, like, oh, today was a good cross-examination, tipped the scales this way. Oh, I think it's tipped this way. I don't know. Might be interesting. I need a gavel too. Unfortunately, the bigger the channel gets, the more toxic people. Yeah, no, I agree with that. But I'm not going to tolerate toxic people, simple as that. And there's enough non-toxic people to keep this channel going. So I'm going to try my best to get rid of toxic. And I'm not talking somebody with a different opinion, but somebody who's toxic and says mean things about other people. I'm not going to allow that. Criminal responsibility will be the key, 100%. Mens rea, the Latin mens rea, is the key. 100%. Yeah, the Karen Reed case got toxic. I don't see this case getting as toxic. I don't know. Maybe in other channels you have toxicity, but oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Well, I think as an attorney, you have to be able to see and appreciate both sides. 100%. And you have to listen to the other side. That's what I learned early on. I learned it early on, and not just I have to say, not just from the courtroom, but I also learned it in relationships, right? So early on, you think you're right, especially me being a lawyer. I know how to argue. Well, kind of. So lots of times I would wouldn't really listen to the other side as much. Like I wouldn't listen to somebody I was in a relationship with. But I think now that I'm older and wiser and I've been through my share of this and that, I'm much more willing to listen to the other side. Like sometimes you have to force yourself to listen, but like you count to 10 or something. But I think that also comes with age and wisdom. So, and that's why I want my channel to run. Just let's be open-minded. Oh yeah, the conspiracy stuff. Yeah, you know what? Conspiracies are where the money is. Yep. Sometimes there really are conspiracies out there. Big time. So those cases are interesting. But when people, start kind of going overboard with conspiracy theories where there really isn't evidence of it, I think that's when we go nuts. Yeah, there's conspiracy theory. There is conspiracy theories on this case too, involving Patrick Clancy. We talked about that. But I feel like most of us have been following this case from day one or before day one. And I personally do not see where Patrick conspired or committed these crimes. I don't see it. I don't think there's any evidence of it, not even close. So I'm just saying. other channels are, shows some real yeah, I'm sure. But you know what? That's what they like to do. I mean, let them do what they want to do. And some people, that's their entertainment, I'm sure, right? They don't care as much about the legalities or, thinking open-minded. They're getting probably a lot of entertainment about these crazy conspiracy theories. I mean, right? That's probably why. I used to have students debate in favor of the side they were against. It's a far better, Lori, 100%. Yes, I did the same thing teaching at BC. I would love it. I would give so we would teach sections, and let's say I had an argument where it was a corporate side. I still remember the kid. I'd always give him, the most liberal kid, like the most conservative side to argue, and we all would laugh about it. So, did Alan Jackson reach out to you on the Karen Reed case? No. No, he did not reach out to me. I wasn't as big on the Karen Reed case. I was actually doing, for the first trial, I was doing a podcast, not on YouTube, but on Spotify and iHeart, all that stuff, right? So it's still there. But at the time, I thought, a non-video podcast was the thing. And so it wasn't until the second trial that I started. And then I was on different shows. And so, no, I wasn't, I mean, I tried to live stream, but I didn't have anybody in my chat. So, but that's how you grow, which is interesting. It really takes time to grow. It's a lot of work to grow. I wish I was bigger then, but we want the truth if it can be found and proposed. Yep. Did I go to Barbados with Jackson? I've never been to Barbados. That wouldn't be a bad. No, I'm kidding. No, I didn't go to Barbados. Never been, and I don't think I'd want to do that. But Jackson, he's wow, he's I mean, anyway. I do like, yeah, I like Reddington's style more too, I have to say. But AJ, I mean, he got the client off, so I mean, he did his job, right? That was crazy case. Everybody's saying, I mean, think about all these cases we've had in Massachusetts. It just blows my mind. Yeah, me too. I have to say, that whole thing triggers me. Lori, yep, I hear you. I've moved on. I mean, though I have done some videos on the civil trial because I was a civil trial lawyer, and I've done some videos on that. It's crazy how 4 civil lawsuits have emerged from that one criminal trial. And it just, so basically, we'll never, ever, ever hear the end of it. But I know some other channels out there, I think because they had the numbers from Karen Reed, the trial, that's what they do almost every day in and day out is they cover that still. So you should go to Barbados. Yeah, I'd love to go to Barbados. That would be super nice. But yeah, I would love to go to Barbados. I'll put it on the bucket list. I cannot think about the case. I become mentally ill. Yeah, me too. I just think last year at this time. No, last year at this time it was over, I think. Yeah, it was. Very British. Anyway, it's getting hot here. I kind of wish I could jump over to South Africa and be cool for a little bit. So I have to turn the air conditioning off at this apartment in New York because it's the units that go in the window, so it's too hot. I mean, you guys would be able to hear it, and it would interfere with the stream. So it does get a little hot. But when we take breaks, I often turn it back on quickly and then turn it off again. So the judge said that they would end early today, which hopefully they do. We have tomorrow off. I'm going to miss you guys all weekend. I'll try to put something together. What kind of expert, if I put something together for the weekend, what kind of expert would you like to see? I've had mental health experts. You know who I could have back on, maybe even during the day or possibly this weekend? I had the prosecutor, Tommy Pope, who prosecuted Susan Smith back in the day. So it might be kind of interesting to, I'm hopefully I think he's been following this. It might be kind of interesting to get his perspective. That could be kind of cool. So yeah, I'm not even going to get into I'm under 9 blankets, Safa. Geez. Wow. And I'm hot in this. But I have to say I love summer. And it's nice here to have summer, and it's so fleeting and fast. Do any of you guys ski at all? Any skiers in the chat? It's so funny. I look at the computer and I sort of wait. That's funny. You can't take the cold and I can't take the heat. Well, anyway, back to the case. I feel like the Commonwealth is about ready to wrap up, because I always thought that maybe they would end it with the troopers that brought out the searches. And I think for me, I think the Commonwealth's strongest search of the day was, I got to get it right. It was, can you treat a sociopath? Quote unquote. And this was on January 20th, 2023, just days before before this happened. Clancy's phone was used to Google the phrase, can you treat a sociopath? That really makes you think altogether. If she's a nurse, and does she think she's a sociopath? Is she looking into her soul? Is it because she's having so many intrusive thoughts about harming herself or others that she considers herself a sociopath? Or you could look at it another way. Does that search indicate that she was suffering from mental illness, like that, like the thoughts would come in and out, and she's looking into herself and thinking, why am I thinking thoughts like this? Why am I having dreams like this? Or why am I unraveling? Am I deep down? Am I just a sociopath? So can you treat a sociopath? But it looks like she also wanted help. So if she's feeling this way, if she's feeling that she can harm herself or others, she looks like she's desperately looking for a treatment. What do you guys all think about that? Can you treat a sociopath? And don't worry about those who disagree with you. It's okay. But the Commonwealth had to bring in the searches, because when the defense does it, it would make them look bad. No, yeah. Oh, God, yeah. The Commonwealth had to bring in the searches. And the Commonwealth brought in the searches as part of their case, because they spin the searches showing, like, really what Lori says is that she was calculated. She was rational enough to make these searches. She's searching for ways to unalive herself. And she may be she may have mental illness, yet this is a rational human being who ultimately they're saying, their theory is that she's losing control. The 3 kids are too much, so she's going to do something about it. She's going to come up with a plan. And maybe she's fooling us all with those hearts and the emojis and the smiley faces, She'd come up with her plan at that point. She was going to take care of the problem, and the problem being her kids, and then possibly herself. Although the Commonwealth wants us to believe that it was a contrived um, contrived way to unalive herself, because the cuts were on her wrist and neck were superficial. But I mean, so remember, so if it's technically, if it's 50-50, or if it's 60-40, let's say you're 60% sure she's guilty, 40% unsure, or if you're 80% sure, 20% unsure, what should it be? If it's 80-20, it should be not guilty, because they have to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. And that's why the defense attorney will stress reasonable doubt in his closing argument, and the judge and the instructions will stress reasonable doubt and what it really means. 99%, 1%, that might be enough. But this case will really boil down to reasonable doubt. What are the jurors thinking? That's why I want to go into court. So Jabala, 54-54. I was really leaning guilty earlier on, but I'm really undecided now. The Commonwealth has more to do. Then Reddington brings up the heat. Yep. We must await the outcome. From heaven can wait. Oh, yeah. I can't sing. I can't sing very well. I used to be able to. Yeah. I really think that the jury is similar to our chat. I think some people feel strongly one way and other people feel strongly the other way. It's going to be, I can't wait to get into the expert testimony. Okay, so Safa, you are 90-10. So if you're 90-10, that means you would have reasonable doubt. You'd have to vote not guilty, right? Beyond a reasonable doubt. So Pink Door, if she was psychotic, how does she know they are in the basement? Yep, but not say go check them. If she is now not psychotic anymore, why are you not asking about the kids? I know. Does she? You know what I'd like to? Okay, I'm really interested to hear from the psychiatrist who treated her after the events, or who examined her mind, because my family friend, when she's in a psychotic episode, she doesn't remember a lot of the stuff that happened during psychosis. But part of me is thinking, does she really not remember, or is she too embarrassed to remember? So I wonder about that. I'm not convinced. As mom, can't imagine doing this, but even more can't imagine not being worried about my kids after the fact. 100%. I thought about that too. Why talk about your experience and not the kids when you call Patrick? That's unforgivable. Yeah, that's going to bother a lot of people in the jury too. This case has you grappling with a lot of different thoughts. Like, that's a really, really good point right there. She remembered because she knows where they were and never asked about them. Not one person said she asked, where are my kids? How are my... I know. So she must have known she did it at that point. It's just bizarre. This whole case is so bizarre. So Pink Door, you'd say guilty now. Oh, what's this? A fugue state, an older term, but possibly applicable. Oh yeah, a fugue state. Yep. Yeah, that's Pink Door. That's why I keep going back to guilty. And something isn't right with her. Yeah, you're not the only one, but I think I think it's going to be a hung jury. I think it's going to be a hung jury or a not guilty. That's my thought, because I don't know. I think somebody might be like Safa and going 90-10. And if you're thinking 90-10, you still have reasonable doubt. So I don't know. Sweet Caroline. I feel like this case is so complicated and it's too soon to make the decision before all the evidence is provided. Sweet Caroline, 929. You are just like a juror should be. You're right, as the judge would say in the beginning, keep an open mind all the way through. You're 100% right. So we all should be keeping an open mind all the way through, but I guess because we're not in the courtroom not right now, we're allowed to speculate, because that's what we do here. We speculate and we think about the evidence, and we think about, I like the fact that some of you come up with stuff that I've maybe put in the back of my mind, like raising that thing, why didn't she ask about her kids right away? That, when she came out of it on the other side, why wasn't she really like, where's my kids? Where's the kids? Are they okay? Are they, so that's like little things like that. I'm like, yeah, that's right. So it's a good point. Very good point. Yeah. I'm concerned about the jury in this case. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, they answered a long questionnaire. I'm not really as concerned about the jury in this case because I don't think there was as much pretrial publicity. I think a lot of people are divided on it. So I don't think you're getting, and there's not really the conspiracy theory. I mean, the whole Patrick Clancy conspiracy thing didn't really come out, I don't think, until after this jury was selected. And I think that's kind of so out there. I don't know. Um, hmm. I don't know who you're talking about, Pink Door, but um, however, to your point, I think a hung jury is rendered, and I agree with you about speculation because it can help you lead to a decision in the end. I'm just curious. I just like to see what the attorneys are doing and how they're bringing out the evidence. Like, I like to go back and look at the opening statements and see, is the prosecution following through on its promises? Is the defense following through on its promises? But we haven't gotten to the defense's case in chief yet. So um, she was, yeah, I mean, she was lovely. Everyone loved her. It was in Delaware. She tried to inject him with, I don't know what you guys are talking about. You must be talking about another case. I have to agree. Why such violence toward children? I know. I was thinking that too. Isn't it awful? I know. What a terrible way to go. What a terrible way to go. It's just awful. I mean, there is something to be said for that as well. A hung jury is likely. Yep. But La Posada is in play. I see that. I think I I think you like Dr. La Posada. Oh God. It's funny. Anyway, that's another thing. She didn't follow the doctor's suggestion, but followed a strange man's voice to harm her babies. That's a good way of looking at it, too. Yeah. Hmm. What do I think of Dr. La Posada? Oh, man. I think she's a paid expert. I want to hear from Dr. Resnick. I hear Dr. Resnick is supposed to be really good. But yeah, Dr. La Posada, the star of the Karen Reed case. I don't know. I wasn't that impressed with her, but a lot of people were. So Tell us. Ah. Yeah, Safa, I agree. The kids must have been so scared. A mom is supposed to protect her children, not take their lives. I was thinking the same thing, even as little babies, like holding the twins, like, you hold them and they feel safe. Like when they don't feel safe, they have the startle reflex. But when you hold them, they just feel safe and they can snuggle in and go to sleep. And even if they're, just a few months old, they know that a parent or a grandparent represents safety. And for a 5-year-old with a 3 and a 8-month old, it's just so, so, so sad. Um, yeah, we've heard from different experts too. So I had Paige Bellenbaum on my show, and I had Dr. Kumi yesterday. So who would you like to hear from as far as we've heard from that? We kind of know what the postpartum psychosis experts are going to say. At least it seems to me most of the experts that I've had on are on Lindsay's side. They're saying, yeah, psychotic break is a real thing. We've seen it. Sometimes they'll say there's waxing and waning, and sometimes it just comes on so fast. So I think most of them seem to agree with that. But who would you guys like to hear from? I'd like to have Tommy Pope back on. I'm going to see if he can get back on. Resnick is horrible. That's the one that says Susan Smith is all. Really? Huh. I didn't know that. I thought Resnick was really good. Susan Smith, I thought she was guilty. In fact, Tommy Pope tried to get the death penalty for her, and he wasn't able to get the death penalty, but he got life without the possibility of parole. And Susan Smith, I thought, was worse than Lindsay Clancy. I mean, Susan Smith, I've got to relook at the details of the case, but yeah, she drowned the kids, and there was no real evidence that she was in a state of psychosis at the time. Oh, I know. Well, I think this is a good point here. Oh, yeah, Susan Smith wanted to be with her boyfriend. Well, that would be interesting then to have Tommy Pope on, because if, in fact, Resnick testified at the Susan Smith trial, which was years ago, that would be really interesting. Oh, that's so sweet. It's so I just turned this was a birthday, well, actually this was a birthday present from my dear friend on the Cape. It's not polished jade, it's handmade, but it's beads, like I think it's like plastic or something. I don't know, but it is handmade, and it's like I'll find out where she got it. But thank you. Thank you. It's a fun summer necklace. Oh, say thank you to your 14-year-old son. I'm glad he likes my necklace. Well, yeah, I'm a little hot. It's not so bad without AC. I mean, the sun isn't streaming in here, but sometimes I do turn it on. Yeah, Susan Smith was evil. I agree with that. Yeah, Amber, I think Tommy Pope would be interesting for everybody to have on again. We should get Steve on that. Yeah, well, we'll have to Google that after. If does Dr. Resnick, yeah, I'm going to see if we can't get Tommy Pope back into this chat somehow. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Amber. So Amber's texting Steve to see if Steve can book Tommy Pope. It would be really, really interesting to ask him, because he's the prosecutor, and when I had him on the show before, he was pro prosecutor stance. So I got to see this comment. Lori, the experts are sort of like people of the raw food and kibble. They hold deep convictions regarding what is best for the dog. Both sides have good points. Yeah, you're right. That's a good way of looking at it, Lori. That's funny. Oh my God. Yeah, you're a beach person, Michelle. I can't wait to get out of New York City, and I love to swim in the ocean. So the ocean should be warm enough now, especially on the Cape in Buzzards Bay. The ocean warms up, and I just could swim for hours. Let's hope I can swim with this ear infection. God, I can't believe it. I'm like a little kid getting an ear infection. What the heck? I'm going to grab some water, so I'll be right back. I've been live streaming on it every single day, period. I think she was suffering from a psychotic break. Margaret, you may have answered this already, but would you have prosecuted this case? You know, if I probably would have. I mean, if you got to put yourself in the shoes of being a prosecutor. So first of all, if I was the elected DA, elected DA Margaret McLean, I'd be on the side of justice, and I'd getting justice for those 3 little children. I would have had to have really thought long and hard about it, but remember, the mindset of a prosecutor is very different than from what my mindset is now, which is really looking at both sides. But I think somebody had to stand up for those 3 children. And since there was evidence of some evidence of premeditation, or they saw the autopsy photographs. They saw the way that these acts were accomplished. The prosecutor saw or listened to the 911 call. So I'd have to say, yeah, I would have prosecuted it. I'd almost think it would be involuntary manslaughter, something like that, not first degree M. But if I'm a prosecutor, I don't know, because remember, you're elected to seek justice for the people. So that's my answer there. But that was a good question. It is getting hot here in New York City. So I think the Commonwealth might be wrapping up today. What do you guys think? I have a feeling. Great response, Margaret. I appreciate how you put your mind in the role of a prosecutor with this delicate and emotional case. Yeah, you have to, because we do elect them here in Massachusetts. And who will the final witness be? I'm not sure who the final witness will be. But yeah, going back to as a prosecutor, it's just a different mindset. I think if there was more evidence of psychosis prior to, and I mean, there was certainly evidence of mental illness, postpartum depression, but I think a prosecutor's looking at that and saying, that they also see evidence of premeditations, deliberation. So, a grand jury put this through. So a grand jury thought there was enough, right? So. Oh, no, they wouldn't have closing arguments. So closing arguments aren't going to be on until the very end. No way. Don't forget. Oh, I wonder if the prosecution is going to produce one of its own experts, medical experts, somebody who saw Lindsay Clancy, to wrap it up and talk about her mind. So I'm wondering if we're going to hear from another medical expert. Lori, you would not give the defense the weekend to prepare. Well, he's going to get the weekend to prepare, that's for sure. Would you mind telling us when a grand jury is used versus other methods? Absolutely. I'm happy to tell you that. So it varies state to state, but here in Massachusetts, the police may grand juries serve 2 functions. There, you can have an investigative a grand jury who investigative grand jury, and they meet in secret. Usually there's 23 people on the grand jury, and they help investigate the case. They can serve subpoenas. That they can ask that they can't serve the subpoenas themselves, but they can ask that witnesses be subpoenaed in and all that. And then they investigate to see whether charges should be brought. And the example of an investigative grand jury would be in the David case out in LA. I believe they had more than one investigating grand jury. So the charges were ultimately brought out against David in LA. Now they do things differently in California, because what they tend to do is the jury investigated out there, and David was arrested, but then they had a probable cause hearing before the judge, and ultimately there was enough evidence to bring the trial forward. But what we do here in Massachusetts, we do have probable cause hearings, but for the most part, we can have an investigative grand jury, or the prosecution can, let's say the police have enough evidence on, say, Lindsay Clancy, for example, they will bring the case before the grand jury to seek an indictment. So that would be 23. It's done in secret. No defense attorney is in there, although they do produce a transcript. But they wouldn't call all the witnesses, because all they need is probable cause, and they produce the investigating officer, the medical examiner, the reports. Hearsay is allowed in, just so there's enough that the grand jury votes to bind it over to be arraigned. So basically, you might be arrested, and at first you appear in district court, and then maybe a week or so goes by, and they bring the they indict you in, they have you arraigned in Superior Court, which is the court like Plymouth that hears the trials. So very often you'll see 2 appearances in a case like that. So Aaron Hernandez, for example, was first was arrested. He appeared in the district court, and then later he was indicted into the Superior Court. So that's the way it works here in Massachusetts, but it is a state-by-state system. We also have probable cause hearings, but I think here prosecutors pretty much favor the grand jury indictment process. So, and any legal questions, please ask, because that's what I'm here for. Let's see what this is. I don't know what you guys are talking about there. So was somebody a moderator for Vinny? I like Vinny. Court TV Vinny, are you guys talking about? I was on Court TV almost every night for the Karen Reed trial. But then they changed things around. Law and Crime bought Court TV, so I don't think they haven't asked me to be on since. It's interesting. I don't think they have as many panels with lawyers on it. I don't know, but I miss Vinnie Politan. Do you guys watch Court TV with Vinnie Politan? Can a prosecutor indict? No, a prosecutor cannot indict. So that's a good question. Can a prosecutor indict a defendant without a grand jury? No, a prosecutor cannot indict a defendant without a grand jury. However, let's say somebody's arrested for murder or armed robbery or something. They can be arrested, and then they're brought into the district court, which is the lesser court, for arraignment. And then the prosecutor can choose, do we bring this case to a grand jury, right? You can have a grand jury before or after, but you can do the grand jury again. You can have an investigative grand jury and a regular grand jury. And then the grand jury is the body that indicts. But you can also do a probable cause hearing. So the guy could be, have the arraignment in district court. And at some point you can put the case in front of a judge and have a probable cause hearing and let the judge decide whether there's enough to bring the case in Superior Court, which would be the Massachusetts trial court. So, but a prosecutor can't indict a defendant without a grand jury. So that's my long answer. Hopefully I'm making sense, but yeah, thanks for the questions. At Margaret Oh, God. Not a Karen Reed question. Could there be any consequences for Karen Reed as she lied about having a brain tumor to get bail? Oh, God. I don't remember that. Probably not at this point. Probably not. So right now what's going on, there are 4 civil cases. I don't think that anybody's going to try to indict Karen Reed for anything at all. I think they want to stay the heck away from that. So, oh, okay, yeah. So the district court, that's another thing that I try to explain. I try to explain to my law students, right? So here in Massachusetts, the county had, like, for example, Plymouth County. Here's a perfect example. If you get operating under the influence of alcohol, let's say you're pulled over, you fail the breathalyzer or whatever, you fail the ABC test and all those tests, field sobriety tests, then you would ultimately, they would have file a police report and you would ultimately get arraigned in the district court. And your case as an OUI will likely stay in the district court. And in the district court, you cannot receive more than 2.5 years in jail. So there's that cutoff. But let's say you have an OUI and you run somebody over. So now it's a vehicular manslaughter. Well, they may arraign you in the district court, right? And then you would have to go have a probable cause hearing. The district attorney would bring a probable cause hearing before the judge in the district court, and it would be up to that judge to send it to Superior Court, because the Superior Court, like this one, this is Plymouth County Superior Court, handles bigger cases where you can get more jail time than 2.5 years, where you can you can get 20 years in the state prison. You can get life in the state prison. We don't have the death penalty in Massachusetts, but the district courts, so Plymouth has a district court just in Plymouth County alone, all right? So you've got Plymouth County, where this trial is being held. We have a Hingham District Court. We have, trying to think, Brockton District Court. We have Plymouth District Court. So if you get assault and battery, or a lot of the domestic cases, 209A cases are heard in the district court, OUIs, the lesser crimes. But if you're a prosecutor and the crime's significant enough, like anything, like a burglary or whatever it may be, you would try to get it indicted by a grand jury to the Superior Court. So the way the courts, that you have district court and Superior Court. Superior Court in Massachusetts is where you have the trials with 12 people, like this one. Now, the appellate courts are a whole different ballgame. So the district courts, right? It's sort of like, the Superior Court and the district courts, they hear trials, but the appellate courts do not. So let's say there's an appeal in this court. Let's say that Lindsay Clancy is found guilty by reason of insanity. Guilty of, I meant to say, let's say Lindsay Clancy is found guilty of the 3 M's, right? Well, if she wants to appeal, she would have to appeal on some issue of law that was decided by, according to her appellate attorney, decided wrong by the judge. So it would go to the appeals court, right? So we have Superior Court, here's the trials, then the appeals court, and then all the way up here is the Supreme Judicial Court of Massachusetts, which is the highest appellate court in the state. If it's a constitutional issue, you can appeal then to the U.S. Supreme Court. So, but I almost wish I had my little graph here, because so many times it's hard. I actually have a test on that for my law students, all the different levels of courts, because they get confused too. And then in the federal system, you also have your it's called the Federal District Court, where they hear trials. Then you have the appeals court, And in Massachusetts, it's the First Circuit. In the Boston, let's say you have a trial in Boston, and then it's appealed. Ultimately, federal, you can appeal it to the U.S. Supreme Court. So, yeah, the court system is kind of hard. It wasn't that masterful. I feel like I could have done a better job explaining, but I'm a little rusty from teaching all those years. Oh, that's interesting. So is the conspiracy nonsense going away, or are you still talking about Karen Reed? Oh, you're still talking about Karen Reed. Yeah, I have to say that I, for one, am tired of talking about Karen Reed. Yeah, no, that's awesome. I love the fact that you like the law. I love the law. I like the history of the law. So I think it's really interesting. I miss teaching, but I'm kind of glad I'm finished with teaching because after COVID, I felt like it changed. It's probably back to normal now, but I was just 17 years was good enough. I'd rather teach in this forum. Oh, one question we need to know. Where did you get your non-accent? Well, people think I do have an accent. And can you guess where it is from? It's not Boston because I didn't grow up there. I definitely have the flat A of an upstate New York accent. So people pick up on it often in Massachusetts, or if they're familiar with upstate New York, they pick up on it. But it's the way I say my A's. And there's certain words I can't say very well at all. Like my kids make fun of me. But yeah, I'm not from Boston. Upstate New York, Rome, New York, to be exact. And I enjoyed growing up there. But I do, I'm keeping my beak. This is really funny. I'm keeping my beak shut about Karen Reed. YT will ban me for life. That's really funny. You won't be banned. Yeah, it's silly. I'm not going to ban you. Do you think the prosecution will bring rebuttal witnesses after the defense rests? That's a good question. Possibly a rebuttal expert. Possibly. We'll have to see. Oh my gosh. So, sweet Caroline, your family is from Rome, New York. Really? Oh, wow. I wonder if I know your family. That's really interesting. Yeah, yeah, Midwestern accent. So a lot of people think that the accent that I have is Midwestern. It is similar for sure. Oh my gosh, from Rome, New York. Yeah. So my brother's in Rochester, and we still own my mom and dad's home, the home we grew up in Rome, New York. It's on Lake Delta. So, and I haven't been there this year because I've been following this case and taking care of twins. If found guilty, does Lindsay Clancy go to prison or a mental hospital? And if found not guilty of insanity, what happens over there? Oh, so I have the answer to that. So if found guilty, yeah, Lindsay Clancy would go to prison in Massachusetts. But at prison, she will have accommodations if found guilty because she's in a wheelchair. So she will be offered some accommodations. Ooh. And she'll go to a mental institution if she's found not guilty by reason of insanity.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the
So
record,
she
we
won't be
refer
on the
back to
streets.
Mass Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, excluding the jury.
All right. Counsel, we ready for the jury?
Yes.
All right.
Wait, upstaters are the best. I missed that. Oh my God. My family home is on Lake Delta. Yeah, it still is. Oh my gosh. Can't believe it. Small world. Wow. Yeah, they have hospital wards in prison, so I wouldn't be surprised if she had some sort of
All right.
accommodations in
Jury
prison, but it will still be prison. Life without parole in Massachusetts is mandatory for first degree M. So, what if the wheelchair is a fake? Oh my goodness. Well, if she stands up quickly, then we'll know. I bet you I know your family.
This court's
Yeah,
now in
please
session.
tell me
Please
your
be
last
seated.
name or
Your Honor,
text
for the purpose of the record, we return back to the
email
trial
me.
Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18
Here's
jurors.
my email.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, members of the jury. We're going to now return to the Commonwealth's presentation. Ms. Sprague?
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth calls Joshua McGilligan.
Good afternoon, sir. Can you stop right here? Raise your right hand for the clerk, please.
Good afternoon. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury will not any between Commonwealth and the truth and nothing but the truth? Thank you, sir. You may proceed.
Watch your step, please.
All right, good afternoon, sir. Jury Sprague.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Joshua McKelligan, McKelligan.
Where do you work?
Massachusetts State Police.
How long have you been with the state police?
Since December 2013.
In January of 2023, where were you assigned?
To the Plymouth County District Attorney's Office.
And what was your role there?
I was a trooper assigned to the homicide and major crime section.
And could you tell us within that unit what the role of a case officer is?
Case officer is assigned cases as they come in, and the case officer then is the point of contact for the district attorney's office, the state police, other agencies.
And as a case officer for a homicide, for example, when you respond to a scene and you're doing the investigation as time progresses, is the case officer doing every part of the investigation?
No.
What is the role of a case officer in terms of managing or collecting information?
Is to try to gather everything, and then we try to keep track of what's been going on with the investigation.
And so within the State Police Detective Unit at the Plymouth County DA's office, there are a group of troopers that work there, correct?
Yes.
And do you work as a team on any homicide investigations you're working on?
Yes.
And the case officer, is it their role to collect information and evidence from the other troopers as they gather it?
Yes.
Do you have a supervisor when you are the case officer?
Yes.
I want to direct your attention to January 24th, 2023. Did you learn that day of an incident that had happened at 47 Summer Street in Duxbury?
I did.
What time did you learn about that approximately?
About 6:45 p.m. PM.
And how did you learn that information?
The duty lieutenant in the state police headquarters in Middleborough called me.
Once you had that information, what did you do?
I called my supervisor and then responded to Duxbury.
And where in Duxbury did you respond?
I went to Duxbury Police Station.
And at that point in time, did you know that you were going to be the case officer for this case?
Not when I responded, but at the police station, I was informed I was going to be.
And at some point in time, did you go to 47 Summer Street in Duxbury?
I did.
And when was that?
After I got a search warrant, I went to the house. It was probably, I think, around early morning, between 3 and 4, sometime like that.
Between 3 and 4 a.m.?
Yes.
So it'd be the early morning hours of January 25th, 2023?
Yes.
And did you take part in the search of the home?
I did not.
What was your role there at the home that night or in the early morning hours?
I just went to observe this, the house, just to see what the scene in the house looked like.
So other officers were conducting the search?
Yes.
At the scene, did you eventually walk through the house?
Yes.
And was that before or after the search was executed?
After the search.
At some point in time, did you go into the master bedroom on the second floor?
Yes.
And what did you observe in that room?
I remember a tent style, like covering a crib, I believe. There was a mirror in front of me. To the left, there was the bed. And then I remember blood on the floor.
And you said to the left, but pointed with your right arm?
No, it was my left hand.
Your left, okay.
Yes.
All right. So You go into the bedroom, and what do you see anything on the floor, on the walls, the bedding, anything?
Yes, just going off of memory, I remember there was blood on the floor, and the mirror was kind of like straight ahead from the entrance of the door.
Okay. And was a video taken of the house that included that room in particular?
Yes.
I'd like to move to submit the scene video from the home as the next exhibit.
Any objection? No. All right, that may be admitted.
264.
And if we could play the portion of the video for the master bedroom.
This might be the last witness. It's pretty telling. It grabs you when you see all the blood. This must be the blood in her bedroom. Must be when she tried. There's the knife, yeah. That was, there's the window. Creepy, isn't it?
Thank you. Sir, when you went into the master bedroom, did you see blood sprayed all over the walls and everywhere?
No.
And fair to say that the video shows all of the walls in the bedroom and doesn't show any spatter or anything on the walls?
Yes.
Did you also go outside into the backyard and look at the exterior of the home?
Yes.
We could have the photos, please. If we could zoom in on the top window. Does this photo show the condition of the upstairs window, the second floor window that leads to the master bedroom?
Yes.
And the screen there in the video, is that how it was when you saw it that night?
Yes.
Pushed up?
Yes.
And if we could see the next photo. Maybe back to the first one. Actually, we can go back. Yes, so the first one is zoom in the middle there between the two windows. And these areas of red-brown stains on the exterior of the house, did you observe those that night on in the early morning hours of January 25th, 2023?
Yes.
And then the third photo, please. We could zoom in on in there. Would this be, this third photo, would this be the first floor window below the master bedroom window?
Yes.
And these red-brown stains on the shingles and then on the window ledge there. Were those there in the early morning hours of January 25th, 2023?
Yes.
Could we have these three photos marked as the next exhibit on the disc?
Any objection? They may be admitted.
Remember, the Commonwealth's theory is that she let herself down easy because it was a
Now,
contrived
as
suicide.
the investigation proceeded, did you learn, or did other officers learn from Patrick Clancy that the defendant was on some psychiatric medication?
Yes.
And was that information relayed to you in terms of preparing the search warrant?
Yes.
And is that why you included prescription medication in the search warrant?
Yes.
At that point in time, did you or any of the other officers know that the defendant had crushed up pills and taken them that night?
No.
At some point in time, did Patrick Clancy bring pill bottles to the state police and turn them over?
Yes, he did.
And where did he say those were from?
In the center console of his truck, not the top section, the section underneath it.
Did he tell you at some point that pills had been found in the nightstand drawer?
Yes, he did.
And that was in the master bedroom?
Yes.
And did he tell you who he found those with?
Yes, he did.
And who was that?
His attorney?
And did he tell you why he gave those pills?
Objection. I believe it was me, and I'm not his attorney.
That's what. Why don't you re-ask that? What it was that Patrick Clancy said?
What was it that Patrick Clancy said? Did he give you a name or just say my attorney?
He said Kevin Reddington.
And did he tell you why he gave the pills to Attorney Reddington instead of giving them to you like he gave the other pills?
No, he did not.
He never attempted to turn those pills into the state police, or those bottles into the state police. Is that correct?
Correct.
At some point in time, did you learn that the Clancy family had gone to the Museum of Science on January 8th, 2023?
Yes.
And was a video obtained?
Yes.
Did you watch that video?
Yes.
Did you observe the family, including the defendant, interacting with each other, and the defendant specifically interacting with the children and exhibits at the museum?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point in time, Exhibit 14, I'd asked to play just a small portion of that. It has not been played previously.
All right.
We could pause here for just a moment. Do you see the Clancy family in this video footage?
Yes.
And if you could just get up and point to them with the court commission.
This is so sad. Oh, I got to take myself down so you can see.
And at this point in time in the video, are we seeing Patrick Clancy take Dawson Clancy out of that room, leaving Lindsay Clancy with Callan and Cora?
Yes.
Is that Cora there in the red skirt?
Yes.
Now, at this point in the video, at approximately 11:58 and 30 seconds, what is happening in the video footage now?
Cora's beginning to play with the exhibit. Patrick's standing off by himself. Lindsay Clancy is with Callan, and Dawson is watching.
Could you just point out where Patrick and Dawson are? For the record, you've pointed to Patrick towards the top of the screen and Dawson near the entrance to the exhibit.
Yes. Yes.
And throughout this video, in this portion of the video, can the defendant be seen instructing the children, pointing to them, showing them how to work the exhibit and operating some type of control panel?
Yes.
And at some point, does the switch and the defendant helps Dawson with the same exhibit?
Yes.
And that goes on for several minutes?
Yes, I believe so.
And showing, I think we've gone forward to approximately noon in the video timer. Thank you. Excuse me.
That's so sad. I wonder if Lindsay's crying.
Sir, during the grand jury process, did you attend a meeting with the medical examiner in this case?
Yes.
They mentioned the grand jury.
Did you participate in interviewing her, specifically Dr. Barbara Vidal Olson?
Yes.
And did you participate in interviewing her, specifically the portion of her proposed testimony where she was explaining how someone dies from strangulation?
Yes.
And would it be fair to say that at some point in time, she was asked...
Objection.
Counsel, sidebar.
So I'm wondering if they're going to end with this witness right here. It's possible. But it is sad seeing them all alive, and I hope the air condition isn't bothering you guys. I'm going to turn it off. I had to turn it on for a little bit. Well, I'll be right there. There we go. So my microphone picks up noise like that, so I didn't want it to bother you guys while I was talking. Anyway, you couldn't hear it? Huh. Oh, well, too late to go. I was worried because my mic picks up everything.
Sir, in that meeting with the medical examiner, did she tell you that constant pressure would need to be applied even after the person went unconscious in a strangulation in order to affect death?
Yes.
Did she tell you that it takes several minutes of continuous pressure to cause death?
Can we not have leading questions? If this is going to be admitted, can we not have leading questions? Sir, witness.
No, ask him what she said. And then
Do you recall? Sorry.
Go ahead.
Do you recall what she said about the time it takes to strangle someone to death?
After unconsciousness, I think she said several minutes. It would take several more minutes for someone to die.
And would that be several more minutes of strangulation?
Yes.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
It's great.
So she asked you about the pills that were located in the master bedroom by Patrick when I was with him, right?
Yes.
And you know that Patrick indicated that after you guys had cleared the scene, finished with your investigation, seized all the pill bottles that you were able to locate, that I went in the house with him and I took a number of items, photographs, albums, things on the wall, and stuff like that, right?
All I know is the pill bottles. I don't know what else you took.
Oh, just the pill bottles. And at some point, I imagine the DA must have shown you this, recognize this as being the nightstand drug.
It looks similar to the one that was in the video.
See it? Look at it.
I mean, it looks similar to the one. I've never seen that. I don't know.
So these would be the bottles that were in there, right?
I don't know.
And do you know that when these were seized, the first thing that was done is I contacted the DA's office and said that I had them?
I don't know what you said to them.
If you want to come by my office and pick up anything they had, you're welcome to look at it, seize it, have it analyzed, send it to a crime lab. I didn't care.
I don't know what you said.
Oh, yeah. Thank you.
All right. Hey, redirect.
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Hey, Counsel, could I see it?
I wonder if the Commonwealth is going to rest. So that was a significant witness. Again, I thought it showed that well, first of all, he testified about it would take minutes plus for each of the victims to die. So that's a visual, you can think of it, you can picture it anyway. And picture the struggle, you can picture the pain. So that's good for the Commonwealth. It brings it home, kind of wraps it up for the Commonwealth. I also thought the graphic pictures of blood on the floor was interesting. It showed the bedroom where she where she cut the Commonwealth is saying she cut herself, but she didn't cut her neck and her hands enough to really bleed out. So basically, I think that was showing that considering there wasn't that much blood. I mean, if you really wanted to cut your wrists, I think there'd be a lot more blood. Plus, it showed the open window and then the blood outside on the shingles, which the Commonwealth wants us to believe that she lowered herself down so that the fall to the bottom wouldn't be so hard.
I told you we might break a little bit early today, and finally, again, I was right. And so we're going to recess on this matter for you at this point. So I'm going to excuse you Monday morning, all right? So you don't have to come in here tomorrow. So I'm going to suggest that take these next couple of days, rest up. I know it's been a long couple of weeks for you. I appreciate all the work that you've done. I'm going to really remind you of those instructions because now I've got kind of a longer stretch that you're going to be at home, you're going to be talking to people. So I just want to remind you, do not talk about this case with anyone. Don't do any research about this case or similar cases. If you have any questions, don't do any research. Don't try and educate yourself on any of the issues or facts that you've heard so far in this case. Don't make any little road trips to go by any places or try and fill in any gaps. The other thing I want to remind you, you have to still keep an open mind. All right? It was probably easy to kind of nod and say yes when I said that at the very beginning of the case. But now you've heard a lot of evidence, but you haven't heard all the evidence. All right? You haven't heard the closing arguments of the attorneys. You haven't heard the law that you do apply. So sure. I'm just reminding you have to do that. It's so important. And so I just kind of want to remind you on that. I want to thank you so much for so far all the work that you've done and all the work that you're going to do. And so I hope you have a very nice weekend. And we will see you on Monday. Just in case you're wondering, we're still well on track. But we'll see you on Monday. We'll continue with the trial at that point. And again, have a nice weekend. All right, thank you.
Court, all rise. Good. Are you closing notebooks? This way, please.
I'm looking at her now, by the way. I'm reading the chat and looking at her too. So she does seem a lot calmer. I think she probably is relieved that it's over, at least for the weekend. I'm sure she wants to get the whole thing over with. Either way, right? Is she confident? What is, I don't know.
Counsel again over to sidebar.
Sidebar again. She's intelligent. I think she is intelligent. Hey, you got to be intelligent to be a nurse, especially labor and delivery nurse. I'm definitely very intelligent. She's confident that she's got a great lawyer. I would be too if I had him. Yeah, if I get in trouble, I'm going to hire him too. Jeez. A lot of good lawyers, though, in Massachusetts, we'll say.
We're going to address the Commonwealth's motion regarding trial court security logs.
Thank you.
Counsel?
Your Honor, the Commonwealth is asking the court to allow the Commonwealth and the defense to have copies of a log that we were advised that, or we've seen, that the trial court security has for people who go back into the lockup area to visit with or tend to or what have you with the defendant during the course of this trial. Both myself and ADA Sprague have witnessed at several points. Obviously, we know there are medical staff that go back with the defendant, but in addition to medical staff, which are not really the primary thrust of this motion, it's that there have been other individuals that are not counsel that are permitted to go back there. And we're not alleging that that's inappropriate in any way, shape, or form. Clearly, the staff here, the security staff, has followed all appropriate protocols, but we are aware that Dr. Zeisel has been back there. We witnessed a priest being allowed back there the other day. And we are advised that these visitors are kept as a log when they come, when they exit, what days, what times. And the Commonwealth is alleging that that's information that might be necessary for us to effectively cross-examine some of the defense witnesses that are going to be presented. Certainly with Dr. Zeisel, it could pose as a potential bias that he's there, that he's back there. He's being presented as an expert witness on the concept of criminal responsibility, and there are certain ethical rules that forensic psychiatrists and psychologists follow that he might be subject to cross-examination about, and this, and the nature of his relationship with the defendant, could be an area fraught for cross-examination. Because the court records are not, these court records, I would suggest, are not in the care, custody, and control of the Commonwealth. Procedurally, we have filed the motion as a Rule 17 motion asking for access to the records just for this defendant during the course of the trial.
I mean, you're not looking for the name of the priest who went back there, are you?
Father Bob.
What, I mean, I understand. I'm just trying to figure out what the scope of this is. I understand the request for Dr. Zeisel's amount of visits, because he's slated to possibly be a witness. So I understand how that might be relevant.
Right.
The priest,
well,
I'm struggling with.
At this point, Your Honor, we haven't been furnished with exactly who defense is going to be calling as witnesses in their case. We have an idea from a witness list that was filed that keeps evolving as the trial progresses. So we don't know, for instance, if that person for some reason has a relationship to the defendant and he wishes to call her for some, or call him for some reason. So with the exception of, again, the nurses, we don't necessarily need their information. We know the purpose for why they're there and that they don't have a role in this case. But anyone else who has been permitted back there that is outside the medical staff, I would suggest the Commonwealth is entitled to at least know, and whether we are able to use that information if it becomes more apparent when the defense was underway with their case, that would come to, that we'd have to wait and see if that's the case. But certainly the fact that counsel has announced Dr. Zeisel as a testifying witness, that's information we believe we're entitled to.
All right, Ms. Reddington.
So first of all, here's the list. They want the list. We don't need a Rule 17 and a court order. They can just go over from there to there and get the list and see who's been going in and out to see Lindsay. I don't have a problem with that by no means whatsoever. Father Bob is a Roman Catholic priest who baptized these kids, who is very, very close to Lindsay. not in a religious sense. They just like each other. She went to Mass sporadically. She's not a devout Catholic. She's a Catholic. She has a relationship with the Father at that church. And that guy has been with her for 3 years, through the hospitals, through Brigham and Women's, going to Duxbury. I haven't even talked to the guy since last week. First time I ever met him. Shook his hand. Nice man. After that debacle yesterday that we went through with the public,
let's stay focused on.
I am staying focused.
Well,
this is what I'm dealing with.
I guess I'll tell you right now, so I can save you. I'm not ordering the name or address of anyone other than Dr. Zeisel.
Can I call him as a witness right now?
Cool.
Jeez.
No. I'm gonna allow that so the Commonwealth can take a look at that record. Nobody else though. And then at some point, if the doctor is called, we may need if we have to address that, we can address it. So I'm going to allow the Commonwealth to have the information regarding Dr. Zeisel, and that's it though. Anyone else who went back there has been admitted pursuant to the appropriate rules of the security department in this case. Especially, I'm not ordering the name, address, or frequency of this Roman Catholic priest. I'm just not going to do it based on the record that I have now. If for some reason he's called as a witness, which I haven't seen that, I haven't seen an expectation even regards that. If that comes up, then the Commonwealth can renew this, and I may reevaluate. But right now, the Commonwealth's motion regarding security logs is allowed as to Dr. Paul Zeisel only. All right. Anything else we need to address before Monday? Commonwealth?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Reddington?
No, thank you.
All right. So we'll see everybody on Monday. Thank you.
Court, all rise.
What's happening with the priest? There's a priest. Hold on, let me make myself. There's a priest who always goes with the family, I think, because of what happened, obviously, especially for the parents. So I think the priest is very close with Lindsay Clancy's parents and knew Lindsay. I guess he baptized Lindsay at some point. So you can see them walking in and out of the courtroom. I mean, obviously it's certainly very tough to, their grandkids died, right? Oops, so yeah, it's certainly been quite a day, and I think the Commonwealth is about to wrap up. I'm surprised they didn't wrap up today, but maybe they will wrap up on Monday. So I just, as a little bit of a recap, I thought today was, first of all, the first witness. Let me get my notes out here. All right. So, all right, here's my notes. Basically, starting out this morning, I thought the prosecution, I would give them an F. Or I first said D-, then I would say an F. I think that Massachusetts State Police Sergeant Kyle Pavio, who started out the day, he was from the cyber crime unit, and he testified regarding his forensic extraction and analysis of a laptop that they found in the home, which was Patrick Clancy's laptop. He testified that data was extracted from the laptop, and it revealed a specific user search on it's quote unquote S method. So to unalive yourself, but it related to a certain singer, something about the Walking in Memphis song. Maybe it's the singer who sang that, but it was August 22nd, 2022. So this was quite a bit of time prior to the tragedy. And so I don't really know what the purpose was of that. Like maybe the prosecution utilized this data to suggest a longer running timeline of planning to self-harm, or they're looking for calculated intent. But I think it really backfired because Reddington got up and cross-examined him and saying, well, first of all, I don't even know what he basically indicated. I don't even know why you're here, trooper, because this was a search a long time ago, and it's a search about a singer. And besides, on that particular day, at the time of the search, she was off at the doctor's appointment with it, taking one of the kids to the doctors. So it takes time to get to the doctors and back. So indicating that she might not have even performed the search. It might have been Patrick all along. And then he went on to asked the witness further questions that helped his side of the case, like questions about, I forget now, but how she searched for different medications, and how she was about anxiety, and stuff that would really help the defense case. So I'm thinking, what the heck? What did the prosecution put this witness on for, especially the first witness of the day? That was just a bad choice, in my opinion, as a former prosecutor. So the next witness was Trooper Timothy Shapani, who testified about the forensic analysis of Lindsay Clancy's iPhone. He's a cell forensics expert. He presented a 700-page report mapping out her search history, downloads, personal notes, and text messages from the months leading up to the January 2023 tragic events. So what came out of that, I thought, the sociopath search. He testified that on January 20th, 2023, just days before the events, Clancy's phone was used to Google the phrase, quote, "Can you treat a sociopath?" unquote. So there's different ways you can take that. We talked about it at length in the chat. Did that mean she viewed herself as a sociopath and she was trying to get help? Was she confused about her own mind, or the state of her mind at that point? You could look at that in various ways. Or was she thinking that? Of course, now I'm speculating, and you're not allowed to really speculate, right? You're supposed to use the evidence, but can you treat a sociopath? I mean, I don't know. I don't think it's as strong as you may think. Does it mean that she was thinking of harming the victims? Yes and no. I'd say it's a stretch just based on that search alone. So, I know one of the things that Reddington brought out with the first witness was you didn't see any searches. Searching, like any searches that indicated she was looking for different ways to KILL or things like that, or using the bands. And the witness answered no, 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 no. So that kind of took away the premeditation part as far as, so I have no idea why that first witness was called. But now the second witness, she did search about McLean Hospital and downloaded a request for a medical leave form. She was probably anxious about going back to work. Shapani also read aloud from digital notes that Clancy wrote in October 2022, where they included positive affirmations like "I will overcome postpartum anxiety and depression." So she's acknowledging that she had postpartum anxiety and depression. And then she's affirming, "I am a great mom." They also documented severe distress. She wrote about feeling sleep deprived and paranoid and less connected to the baby. So those are all signs of postpartum depression, anxiety. She also agonized over her inability to parent all three children. So then January 20th, 2023, just 4 days before the tragedy, the searches revealed, quote, "how to SLIT your throat to die," unquote. So is she feeling so down and depressed that she wants to unalive herself again? It's too bad she didn't seek help on that particular day. And then another search, can you turn airbags off on a Kia Sorento? So the idea there would be, was she possibly thinking about running her car into a tree without the airbags? Also, her mother sent her a text after visiting not too long before the tragedies. I think the weekend before the tragedies, the parents visited, and the mother said, "It's nice to see you're doing better." So that's evidence the Commonwealth wants to put forward that she, in fact, was doing better and she was making progress with her postpartum anxiety and depression. The witness also noted a photograph of her youngest son, Callan, had been appeared to have been modified, but that could mean anything, that she just, wanted to enhance it. So I don't see where that's one way or the other. On January 23rd, that was January 23rd. So I think the prosecution is pretty much leveraging this digital footprint to argue that Clancy acted with rational, deliberate, calculated intent. She had the presence of mind, while the defense maintains these records reflect a mother struggling deeply from severe postpartum depression and psychosis, and she was desperately trying to get better. So then the witness talked about how she Googled the distance it took from the house to 3V restaurant. But Reddington then brought out texts with her mom, like the text with her mom about how she was feeling anxious. There were many searches about various meds, about bipolar disorder, searches about schizophrenia and postpartum depression, about benzos, and then randomly how to make slime. So different activities she'd do with the kids, lots of kids stuff, which shows that she cared about the kids and she wanted to do fun things with the kids, make them slime or whatever. And then prior to the tragedies, she was searching for children's Miralax because it sounded like Cora was constipated. And then she sent Patrick a picture of the snowman, and this was on the day of the tragedy with the two kids. Patrick went back and forth that morning saying he loved the image with a little heart. And then he said, "You're a good mama," heart emoji, smiley emoji. And she said, "Let's get takeout at the 3B restaurant." So he agreed, smiley face, all that. So jurors will look at that perhaps and think that that's contrived or her way of saying goodbye. The whole thing was planned. Or they may look at it that it just doesn't make sense and she must have had a mental break. So there's different ways of looking at this evidence, and that's why this case is so very interesting. The very last witness was an investigator with the state police. He was very good in that, we had the video of the bedroom where it showed the spots of blood on the floor, and then the knife that she used to cut herself and the wrists and the neck, and it wasn't that much blood. So it appeared that, to me, that she didn't cut herself that hard, or the knife was dull or something like that. And they also showed blood on the side of the house, which is the Commonwealth's theory that she let herself down easy to get blood on the side of the house like that because it was a contrived suicide attempt or showing consciousness of guilt. They also showed videos of the video of the family while the kids and Lindsay were still alive. And Lindsay was able to, you could see she was off trying to manipulate this exhibit. And so she clearly looked like she was in a rational sense of mind, like any normal mother. That it didn't appear from the video that there was anything going on in her mind at the time. So that takes us to the end, And yeah, the coffee mug. Yes, we saw the coffee mug, which said "because kids." So, in our chat, some people are saying, well, she did this because of the kids. That's a Commonwealth's theory. Commonwealth's theory is she was losing control and she was anxious about getting back to work. And at one point she was just, so sick and tired of her life, the way it was going. And she, because of the kids, she did this. So I love the chat. I like we have some great opinions on the pieces of evidence. Like, I would have forgotten to mention the coffee mug just now because kids. So I really rely on the chat to remember different pieces of evidence, because my memory is going to be different from Karen's memory and Judy's memory and so that's what a jury does. People people put different weight on bits and pieces of the evidence as we go forward and as this case is tried. And then, thanks for a good synopsis. I try my best here. So I think this case will come down to, as we've all said in the chat, we want to hear from the experts. We want to see if the Commonwealth has a medical expert other than her treating physicians who will testify, or how are they going to end it? As a prosecutor or as a trial lawyer, I would put a lot of time into figuring out the order of my witnesses, because as a prosecutor, I'd want to tell the story in the best possible way, just like a writer would, right? You want to start out with a bang. You have your opening statement, and that's very important. And then your first witness to the last witness, you want to be able to tell your story. And you also, if you have some boring witnesses in there, like DNA experts, which luckily we didn't have to hear that because they stipulated to a lot of those boring experts, but you want to mix in some spice. It's almost like baking too. You throw it, or actually Italian cooking, right? I love to cook. So you mix in a little spice here and there. Oh, it's a little bland. I need to spice it back up. But you need to tell your story. You need to have a theme that carries throughout. And I think the Commonwealth has kept to its story, kept to its theme, reminding us that the Commonwealth's theme is that Lindsay Clancy committed the 3 acts of M, and it was deliberate. The way she did it too, with the ties and the exercise bands, was deliberate. It was premeditated and planned, and she was rational. Therefore, they're going to ask the jury to come back with guilty verdicts. The defense, on the other hand, has, starting with opening statements, he said this was a very sick woman who tried to get herself help. She went to various doctors. He's also blaming the medical community as a whole and some of the medications, that she had an underlying bipolar diagnosis that just went undiagnosed, and you don't mix antidepressants with bipolar. And all of this treatment and anxiety ultimately led her to have a psychotic break. Therefore, she was not sane at the time these crimes were committed. So we need to stay open-minded, as the judge just reminded the jurors throughout the weekend. What I'll try to do is put together I want to get some good experts and put together a good live show, maybe on Saturday and or Sunday, with some, maybe I'd like to get Tommy Pope back and maybe some other lawyers to talk about, because we've actually had the medical experts on. And I think we know what they're going to say, right, as far as the show goes. So anyway, I really, really appreciate all of you in the chat for being so open-minded and for listening to each other. And I think we have a good thing going here. And I want to keep doing this because I enjoy it very much. We have a great community. So on that note, I'm going to call it. And I will hopefully see you this weekend. Oh, turn your notifications on, so if I do plan to do a live show, then you'll know, and we can talk about it, or ask whoever I have on questions. So, and again, it's Thursday. Have a wonderful evening. Enjoy your dinners. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon. Don't freeze to death in South Africa. And I will see you shortly. Once again, thanks you for watching.